Testing, testing.
Testing, testing. Testing, testing.
Devil's Peak, Barca 24 and Pitch Vision. I welcome all players, officials, umpires and supporters of this round-robin event between New Zealand and UAE at the Wally Wilson Oval here at West Province Cricket Club. I would just like to thank, on behalf of the chairman, the executive committee and the members, and welcome you to this wonderful venue of ours. We're really proud of it, and I hope you enjoy it. Can we please play, I think New Zealand sing their own national anthem? Can we get on with that, please? And now the national anthem of the UAE. Thank you. Sorry, Tom. New Zealand won the our penny. Can we just walk past, exchange banners, shake hands, and I'll leave to turn it over to Tom and Peter to carry on with proceedings. Enjoy the cricket. Thanks.
morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are around the world. Welcome to the beautiful Western Province Cricket Club, Cape Town, South Africa. Well, this is the final round robin match of the Over-40s Cricket World Cup. Last round before we move into the playoffs. My name's Jim Morrison, I'll be with you all day. We've got the good folks from Pitch Vision bringing you this coverage today. Jay Vera to my right, he's doing the Pitch Vision scoring. Wayne, the man with all the tips and tricks, controlling everything. We've got Nabil, and Tariq, I think, is up on the tower. And over to my left, we've got Avidia, who will be joining me in the commentary. How are you, Avidia?
Good morning, Jim. Yes, very well, thank you. I'm Avidia Haynes, joining you live today from Claremont, Western Province Cricket Club. Had a little bit of overnight rain, slight dampness on the grounds, but play can get underway soon. Unfortunately, the other matches taking place today might be delayed because of rains on their side, and that's those two matches, South Africa versus India and Durbanville, as well as Sri Lanka and Wales playing each other out in Drakenstein. Those matches will be delayed as a result of rain and the water still on the outfield. What do you think today, Jim? You've got New Zealand's got a couple of big hitters on their team. The ground's not known for big scores during the last few matches. So, what's your opinion? They're going to go for those sixes and stay off the grass for the first couple of overs?
No, I don't think so. It depends who opens the batting for New Zealand. It looks like it's going to be Leighton Parsons and Greg Johnson, although I can't quite confirm that yet. They're a bit far away. If so, they're not, sloggers. They'll try to set a good platform for New Zealand, but James Marshall, the New Zealand captain today, he won the toss and chose to bat, so he must see some potential in the pitch for run scoring, and I'm going to predict a pretty decent score for New Zealand. They've been in good form with the bat, so I'm going to say it nice and early that I'm looking for 275 plus today batting first for New Zealand.
Good prediction, and New Zealand being a very much in the driving position for Group B, and being top of the log, having won all their matches thus far, doing very well. And if the logs on Group B and A stay the same after today's matches conclude, you may very well find New Zealand facing their neighbours Australia next week.
Yes, that's the way it's maybe shaping up, but we've still got a full round to go, which is today. And yes, it is indeed Leighton Parsons and Greg Johnson who will open up for New Zealand. Leighton Parsons hasn't quite got going in this tournament. He's had a few starts. He was a bit unlucky against South Africa in the sense that he came up against a very rampant Daniel Steyer. Match before that, he unluckily chopped on to his stumps. So I think this sort of situation against a less than fearsome UAE bowling attack might be just the opportunity he needs to get into form. Greg Johnson already has 100 in this tournament, and it'll be a good opportunity for some of the New Zealand batters who haven't had a huge amount of time at the wicket, hopefully to get some balls under their belt, so to speak.
Yeah, I think New Zealand's batting will be able to have much fun with the UAE bowling setup.
It's going to be... who's the bowler here? Zar Khan. Okay, Zar Khan, number 17, opening the bowling, and this is the commentary end. Parsons straight on to his favoured cut shot, but straight to the fielder. Looks a little bit slow, the wicket and the outfield, due to that overnight rain that Avidia was telling us about. think the forecast is for clear weather for the rest of the day. There's a combination of blue and grey up in the sky at the moment.
Yeah, Sarkhan probably makes sense to bring him on now. He's UAE's top scorer and top wicket taker at the moment. So he's taken 5 wickets thus far in this tournament. And he's played in all 4 matches that they covered thus far. So maybe he's looking to add to his wicket haul. It's wide. And New Zealand will get a few more runs in there.
Yeah, very gentle medium pace from Zahra Khan, certainly a contrast to the match a couple of days ago against South Africa, which had some very feisty bowling, particularly from Daniel Steyer, definitely the fastest bowler that New Zealand have come up against in this tournament, probably the quickest bowler in the World Cup, I'd say. And Zahra Khan just very military medium. Another beautiful setting here at Western Province Cricket Club, just like every other venue in the tournament that I've been to at least. Got the stunning Table Mountain range over to our right. We do tend to get a little bit spoiled with the natural beauty here in Cape Town. Every ground is just as stunning as the last. Western Province is the venue for the final of this tournament, which will be played on March the 1st. Still a bit of cricket to get through before then. Greg Johnson is underway. Which venues have you been at so far this tournament?
Well, I've been blessed enough to be at the Claremont Cricket Club out in Constantia, Westerford High School's grounds at the Imhoff Sport Ground in Newlands, and Wynberg Cricket Club a day or so. And today we're here at Western Province Cricket Club. So all in all, really good cricket coming from those grounds, and happy to be doing most of the Group B matches. So what can you tell us about Leighton Parsons?
Leighton Parsons?
Leighton. Is that how you pronounce it out in New Zealand?
Leighton, yep.
In South Africa it would be Leighton.
Okay. Now, Leighton Parsons is a prolific run scorer in Hamilton, which is where he lives. Usually averages about 50 in the season, scores a lot of centuries. He already has a double century and a century, I believe, this season. We're coming towards the end of the season, of course. He's a very fit guy, well respected within the team. His nickname is Matua, which is the Māori word for kind of like a respected elder. He has some Māori heritage, which he shares with the group, which is great. And yeah, he's an opening batsman, also bowls a bit of medium pace. Took a couple of wickets against Sri Lanka a few days ago. And he'll aim to play an anchor innings. He's not going to hit a huge number of sixes probably, but he can play a long, steady innings at the top. And he does love the cut, which he exhibits on that occasion, hitting it out to the deep point fieldsman to get off the mark.
So New Zealand in their second over currently, and 6-4, no loss.
And who have we got bowling from this end? Biju Pillai. The UAE side is a mixture of nations, as you would imagine, being a country of expats. They'll take a run here as there's almost a double misfield. Both of the point fielders struggling to get down. Pick up that one, showing the signs of a long tournament already. Yeah, so the UAE has players from, I believe, Pakistan, India. We've got a few South Africans in the side actually.
Yeah, I saw a few names that look very much homegrown. I wonder what the criteria is there to be part of the team.
I think you need to have lived there for at least 3 years. That's the eligibility criteria. You have to have lived in the country for 3 years at any stage in your life, or have been born there. So I suspect most of them qualify in the former of those criteria.
Now, PG Pillay has not been very successful with his cricket haul in this tournament thus far. He's only taken 1 wicket. So I'm not sure if he's going to be very successful against New Zealand. New Zealand's put up a few very competitive scores in the last couple of matches, so it's...
Well, he's also very gentle medium pace, probably even gentler than Zahar Khan. And just a little bit short so far.
Feeling a little bit of raindrops here on my cheek, and let's hope it's just a little bit of drizzle. Oh, it'll pass by soon. Doesn't affect the match at all.
So we can hear it on the marquee. The greyness is moving in this direction. Short again. So there is some darkish cloud heading our way. How much water it has in it, don't know. I guess we'll find out. End of the second over. 9 without loss. So New Zealand have qualified for the semi-finals already. They've won 4 out of 4, including that exciting win against the hosts, South Africa, yesterday. So today's match for them is just all about keeping the momentum going, heading into the semi-finals. UAE, on the other hand, they've won 1 out of 4. They beat Wales in a high-scoring match a couple of days ago. That's the only success that they've tasted so far. All teams do play the same number of matches in the tournament. The teams that don't qualify for the semis play off for the lower placings. The rain getting a little bit heavier now. It's wind has got up. It's definitely a drizzle. Well, stronger than a drizzle. I'd almost call it rain. Nvidia's shuffled under the tent here with us, seeking cover. Might want to cover that laptop up too. Play continues. So the rain is, it's a bit like in those cartoons where you see a little rain cloud over the over one character and the rest of the sky is clear. So where the players are, there's bright blue sky with some light cloud, and then it suddenly just gets grey. So it might just be a matter of time before the rain hits the players. That's all right, we'll carry on.
Current projected score, closing score for New Zealand may be between 220 and 230.
Very early stages, only into the third over.
Let's see what this rain does. I don't think it will have too much of an impact. New Zealand currently in its third over, 11 for no loss.
It's a good delivery from Zahar Khan, bringing Parsons forward. Might be a little bit of movement there for the UAE openers. Our commentary spot here is probably about 10 or 15 metres off centre, but the camera that you're watching is dead centre, so you'll see better than us.
Have to hurry back. Gutsy move, sprinting for that single. Himself on with one delivery remaining for this over.
Mistimed cut shot from Greg Johnson, but he will pick up another run. Into the over, a gentle start for New Zealand, 13 on the board. No real big shots yet, just a little bit of wayward bowling, a couple down the leg side by the UAE. Greg Johnson, South African born, grew up in Cape Town, I believe, moved away about 20 years ago, went to England and then latterly to New Zealand. That's a great delivery from Pillai. He's delighted that he's beaten the bat, comes charging down to maybe have a word to the wicketkeeper just to tell him what a great delivery that was. Looks like it might have moved away a little bit in the air. Definitely beat the attempted defensive shot of Greg Johnson. Good delivery. Through to Syed Rafiullah, the wicketkeeper. We'll talk about him in a moment. So Syed Rafiullah, or Rafi as is known, has played in every over-40s and over-50s World Cup since the start. He played in 2018 in the over-50s World Cup for Canada, and then in 2020 and 2023 he played in the over-50s World Cups for UAE. Now in his mid to late 50s, I think. Still a good keeper, very fit, and I think he'll open the batting today.
Is that they have not started the match there yet, and the toss is yet to take place, so that match will be delayed.
Which match is that video?
Just trying to confirm.
I think the game with the most interest today is India versus South Africa, because the winner of that match will qualify for the semi-finals. If India can somehow upset the hosts, then they'll make the semis. Quick single for Parsons. The only other one that has maybe some academic chance of affecting the semis is Zimbabwe-Australia. If Zimbabwe beat Australia by an enormous total, around 200 runs, then they might get through on net run rate. But otherwise it's looking like England, Australia in Pool A, and New Zealand and the winner of South Africa, India in Pool B. More movement away from Pillai. Beats the slashing cover drive attempt by Johnson. It's a good over from bowling from the, what are we going to call that end? Video, you can have the honour of naming it.
Let's just maybe call it today the Newlands end.
Newlands end.
Facing Newlands.
Alright, I like that. Of course, Newlands is where the famous cricket stadium is. You can see the lights, the light towers, not quite from here, but from certain parts of the Western Province Cricket Club. Western Province Cricket Club was originally situated at Newlands, at the Test ground, but for various reasons a few years ago they got their own premises, which is where we are now. There's a great big pavilion over to the left.
That match being delayed over at Cliff Rock in St. East was Sri Lanka versus Wales, and I think now Sri Lanka is hoping to win that match to make a material difference on the log. If they don't, they'll stay pretty much where they are.
Yeah, those are for the minor placings. Every team does play the same amount of games, so the teams that don't make the semi-finals will go through to the 5th and 6th playoff, 7th and 8th, 9th and 10th, so on. So every team still has something to play for. Nice cover drive from Leighton Parsons, latching onto that wide delivery. This will test the outfield.
Stop just short of the boundary.
Yeah, a little bit slow after that rain. Speaking of which, the rain seems to have passed us by now. It's gone over our left shoulders, which is good news. The rain's gone, but it's a bit chilly, isn't it? Wind is up.
I think let's count our blessings of all the matches taking place today. Probably in the best position out here in the southern suburbs. It's not looking too good in the northern suburbs in Durbanville and part of the Franschhoek area. Very much wet and cold. Matches sort of get underway. Of course, we have the matches against India versus South Africa. India looking to snatch that second position, in their opinion, from South Africa, but I think the net run rate for South Africa will fall in their favour.
Zara Khan has a strong offside field here. The fielders are set well back on the 30-yard circle. Looks like a tactic from them is to bowl outside off stump and get the Kiwi batsman to drive into the offside. And then he bowls leg side. Shout for
appeal.
caught behind.
Umpire Peter did not move by that appeal, so the batsman's still safe.
The UAE fielders were very confident there. And, from this angle, it didn't look like there was any contact. And Peter Tate, is that Peter at this end?
Yeah, that's
No.
Peter Tate with the writing on his shirt.
Actually, no, I think that's actually the other umpire. That's Peter Tate at square leg.
Seems to have eagle eyes there, Jim.
Well, the different skin colour is a bit of a giveaway.
Wow, I really can't. The umpire's not facing me, so now that he's turning his face.
Okay, another drive into the offside, into that well-set offside field, ends the over. 19 without loss after 5. One game that is underway is Canada versus England, and Canada have made a bad start, batting first. Kamaljit Parmar out to the very first ball of the game. LBW to George Brooksbank, and Canada are 16 for 2. Short again from Pillai, and this time Johnson finds the gap, but there is that cover sweeper out early in the match for UAE. So they're again employing that offside field tactic for both bowlers. Just 2 on the leg side, that's a mid-on and a short fine leg. All of the other fielders on the offside, although one's coming across now to make it a 6-3 field.
Yeah, that's a reminder that during the first 15 overs the fielding team is restricted to 3 individuals in the outfield, and once the 15 overs have been completed they're allowed 1 extra person, and so also with the 30th over to bring it to a total of 5 players out in the outfield.
So the bowlers are giving the New Zealand batsmen the chance to pierce that offside field, bowling well outside off stump. There's a man at cover point, a point and a backward point, so they're really targeting that offside as a bowling side, and you've got the cover sweeper as well. So New Zealand will have to be patient here. They are both good on the cut and the drive, these two. Cuts again, finds the gap, and out to the cover sweeper, who does a bit of footwork there. They come back for two. Maybe not the most elegant piece of fielding you'll see in this tournament. Good bit of bowling from Pillai again. He's managed to beat the bat a few times this morning, so he does have some good deliveries in that pocket of his. Just pulls them out occasionally. Beats the bat again, this time of Leighton Parsons. This one has caught a thick outside edge, and it's beaten all of those offside fielders down to the boundary for four. So he slashed hard at that one, Parsons. No slips in place, just that ring of 3 point fielders. And that's the first boundary for either batsman this morning.
UAE may decide to few stops in there. Depending. Bowling is going to start off now from the commentators end. Are recording it.
You're in charge of naming the ends, Nvidia. If you'd like to call it commentary end, that's totally fine.
Shall we call it the tennis courts ends? Shot. Get 1 run from that. New Zealand keeping it just under 5 runs per over.
Hardeep Singh. Full shout for LBW. This could be close. It's given, actually. Yes, it is. Greg Johnson, actually Leighton Parsons in fact, trying to play the ball around his front pad, and he was hit what looked pretty adjacent, so good bit of bowling and maybe not quite the right shot for Parsons to play. He played right around his front pad. First wicket for UAE. Yeah, swung in quite a bit. And probably a good call from the umpire. Good amount of swing from Zar Khan, and they'll be delighted to break what had looked like a fairly comfortable partnership so far. Just have one more look at that. Here's the ball tailing in quite a bit from Zar Khan. And Parsons had shuffled across a little bit, trying to turn the ball down to square leg. So that brings the New Zealand captain for today, James Marshall, to the wicket. The team captain, Peter Connell, is just struggling with a bit of a upper leg injury, so he's resting again today. And James Marshall standing in as he did against South Africa. scored 78 crucial runs against the home team 2 days ago, rescuing the New Zealand side from 23 for 3. Things not quite so perilous this morning. 28 for 1 or 29 for 1.
Yeah, I think if New Zealand can keep the run rate between 6 and 7 runs per over, get a fairly decent score up there to defend.
Swings in again, and Marshall clips it nicely off his toes to get underway. In fact, it's 4 runs. So a very good start for the New Zealand skipper. Leighton Parsons maybe just fell over a little bit playing his attempted whip into the leg side. James Marshall holding his shape and his balance a little bit better. But definitely some swing there for Zahar Khan. And Marshall will get 4 more with a crunching extra cover drive. So he's in good nick, and if he can concentrate today, he could be in for a big score against this rather gentle UAE bowling attack. 8 off 2 balls for the New Zealand skipper. That's a good delivery this time. I wonder if he's got it to move away a little bit. Might see on the replay here. On the legs again. Just 1 for Marshall this time. So that ball before beat Marshall, just holding its line, not swinging in as much as the previous ones had. But safely negotiated by James Marshall, and New Zealand 37-38 for 1 after 7 overs. Leighton Parsons the man out, LBW to Zahar Khan for 15 from 24 deliveries. And his moderate tournament continues. He hasn't really got going, Leighton Parsons, which is a shame for him because he is a heavy run scorer. And he worked really hard to get into this New Zealand team. Here's Pillai. Have you seen the UAE play at all so far in this tournament, video?
Not thus far. I've seen a few clips here and there, but I fully expected Wales a little bit more better than they did the other day against UAE. Unfortunately, that run rate was just too high during the last 10 or so overs. At one stage was 12 to 14 balls runs required per over. Yeah, that was not great attempt by themselves.
Johnson again knocks it into the offside, into that ring of 3 players, but just slightly to the left of the fielder in the middle of those 3, and they take another single. So that angry grey cloud has moved along, and we've got a nice mixture of blue sky and puffy white clouds as Marshall thumps that one up too long off for 1. So we've seen a range of cut shots this morning from the two New Zealand batsmen, or three I suppose. That one more of the late cut variety. UAE still employing that three men on the offside tactic with some degree of success. The run rate for New Zealand is
Currently
about
just under 6.
5.3. And we're going to have the first bowling change of the day. Maybe someone can let us know who this is. It's number 7. What's his name?
Looks like Ranjit Nair.
Ranjit Nair. Okay, very good, thank you. Do you know anything about Ranjit Nair?
Only that he's played 3 matches thus far and taken 2 wickets for UAE, and I think he's their second highest wicket taker for the team.
With 2 wickets? Okay.
2 wickets.
2 wickets at 46.
Yeah, I think their bowling attack has been varied, so they spread it across a lot of people. I mean, the other day we had Sri Lanka having 9 bowlers in their bowling attacks,
Right.
which is most of the field. That was
Oh.
very interesting, and I think that's a boundary.
Well, he's met with a boundary. Whippy action, and short and wide, crunched away by Greg Johnson, who gets another chance to show off his cut shot. That's a good one that time. More runs, but there is a fielder out there now, and they will take 2 more. It's a better delivery from Nair, straighter, not giving Greg Johnson any room to employ his favoured cut and off drive.
Get a signal for that.
It's another good delivery from Nair. When he gets it right, he's challenging both of these 2 New Zealand batsmen. That last delivery just squaring James Marshall up slightly.
Seems like Rian Khan. Rian Khan coming in from the Claremont end.
Looking forward to seeing Rehan Khan bat. He's a real dasher, this guy. When he gets going, he's a big hitter. But he's got a job to do with the ball. So the fourth bowler used by the UAE, Rehan Khan.
Johnson on strike. And we'll get a single for that. So UAE's got a fairly rounded team, but not getting the impact they wanted during this tournament. Or rather, the other teams have trumped them on various occasions, besides Wales, of course.
Cut powerfully and well fielded by Nair at point. Quick single up to mid-on. Misfield though. I think that might be Bayer. Looks like one of the South African members of this side. Still getting some swing, the UAE bowlers. The overhead conditions probably helping there. So the 50 has come up for New Zealand in this over. 52 for 1 they are after 9.5 overs. Steady start. Just the 1 wicket falling so far. Oh, sorry, this is actually Roshan Khan. It's not Rehan Khan.
Rehan, okay.
Yeah, there's two.
Team lists.
It says
It's a little
Roshan there, and I can see on his back there's 2 Khans. I'm not sure if they're related.
It's a bit difficult to tell because we don't have jersey number details at the moment.
Another good single for New Zealand. They've run well between the wickets, these two, putting pressure on the UAE fielders. I think once that swing starts to fade, things might get a little bit tough for the Emiratis. And the wicket flattens out. New Zealand has a powerful batting lineup. No sign of Hardeep Singh yet. He's the stand-in wicketkeeper for New Zealand today. Bo Dench is having a rest. A well-deserved one. He's worked really hard in this tournament, has Bo. So Hardeep Singh, the man who does everything, gets a chance to wicketkeep today. We've seen him batting and bowling, and I guess he'll come later in the order.
New Zealand currently 10 overs completed, 54 for no loss.
1 loss.
Oh, sorry. Looking at the wrong 0. 1 loss. Just keeping that run rate between 5 and 6 runs per over.
That's a good delivery. Big shout for LBW. He's got him. Wow, the big wicket for UAE. New Zealand captain James Marshall trying to push forward, and she might have been trying to turn it into the leg side, and it's hit him high on the front leg. And a great shout from the UAE bowlers. Yep, if we look on the replay, that was pretty straight, I think. So big wicket. They'll be delighted about that. So far in this tournament, James Marshall's been run out twice and caught at point. So he's thrown his wicket away on most occasions. That time he was genuinely dismissed by UAE bowlers. Big breakthrough video.
Who we have coming on for New Zealand now? So it cannot see the jersey number.
Oh, that's Nick Horsley coming in at 4, but yeah, really crucial wicket for UAE if they're going to have any chance of restricting New Zealand. They've knocked over the captain.
Well, as New Zealand has proven, they have a team of big hitters, a lot of talent in the batting lineup, so I'm sure they're not too worried or concerned. So as if they can knuckle down and get a good partnership going for the next 10 overs and just solidify a partnership. Put a good score on. But this is cricket, anything can happen. UAE has proven some tricks up their sleeves with their bowling.
So Nick Horsley's had one good score in this tournament. He scored 76 against Sri Lanka. Had a couple of minor starts. He was caught at second slip in the middle of that aggressive Daniel Steyer spell. But he's a classy batter, and I think this will be a good test for him. He enjoys a challenge.
It's a good delivery.
Played a lot of first-class cricket in New Zealand for Northern Districts and Auckland, and a former New Zealand under-19 player, as I've mentioned a couple of times during the tournament.
Single for New Zealand.
So there's a lot more chatter among the UAE fielders than there was about 4 or 5 overs ago. They're jogging around with more enthusiasm, maybe sensing that they have a chance to restrict New Zealand here today. They'll certainly be buoyed by those 2 fairly early wickets. Nicely cut away by Greg Johnson, just waited on it and glided it down through backward point into the boundary by the Vita 24 hoardings. I'm halfway through a Vita 24 at the moment, the lychee flavour, that's my preferred taste. Vita 24 vitamin drinks, they're one of the sponsors of this tournament. And that was a nice, wasn't a full-blooded cut shot from Greg Johnson, but it was nicely timed, getting over the top of it, tapping it on the head, as they say. Still getting movement, the UAE bowlers. That one moving away from Nick Horsley, the left-hander. So conditions slightly challenging for batting with that movement. And pitch I think is hard, but it does have a green tinge. And there's, you might be able to see next to the left-hander's foot, there's quite a lot of the pitch crumbling away there. It's a bit too full to trouble the batsman too much, at this point in the game at least. And again, he's bowling a tempting line here, Roshan Khan, with that swing. Maybe surprising that there's no slips in place, especially for the new batsman with the amount of movement that he is getting. It's a nice angle he has too, going right across the lefty. And that goes to where slip would have been. Down to third man for one. So yeah, I'm surprised that they haven't got at least one slip in, considering that they've taken 2 wickets already. The ball's moving.
Probably hoping the wicketkeeper can quickly cover that area. Adjusting the field now, slightly.
Big ask to ask the keeper to also be the slips as well. And of course with right-handed Johnson, the ball will be coming in to him. Johnson's moved up to 25 from 28. He's looked very comfortable. Oh, and just as I say that, he's sliced the ball out to backward point and it's fallen just short of the fielder Ranjit Nair. He's got to it on the half volley, so not a chance, but a little bit riskier from Greg Johnson this time.
Currently 12 hours overs completed, so New Zealand 20 at 61 for loss of 2. Current run rate just ahead of 5 runs per over.
Can you be okay for a bit? I'm going to go. You can sit there.
So Nair coming in for the next bowling spell. That's a wide. Horsley hoping to get some more runs on the board. It's interesting to see that UAE has again decided, with a change in bowling ends, again decided not to support the wicketkeeper with additional support in terms of adding slips to that area. That's a good defend. UAE team very fired up in the outfield, encouraging their bowler and wicketkeeper. I think they're looking for another wicket just before the drinks break. And Horsley gets up there. That'll be 1 run for him only. Bowler gets there, fielder gets there very quickly. There's 3 deliveries remaining from this over. And Nair is just adjusting his outfield. Johnson on strike. And New Zealand will look to get a single, hoping for a second. Unfortunately, ball returns far too quick for that. That's a good shot. That'll be a boundary. Oh, UAE hoping for something there. Not a very convincing shot, and that brings the end of Nair. We'll be switching the bowling now, and we'll be switching over to the commentator's end. Horsley remains on strike. So after 13 overs completed, New Zealand is 68 for the loss of 2. It appears like Roshan Khan is back into the bowling attack, coming from the Claremont end. And again, UAE deciding not to have any slips. So the end of the 15th over will give UAE the opportunity to push one more fielder out into the outfield. That'll be the end of the first portion of the power play. And Roshan Khan just adjusting his fielding, cover a bit more areas on the boundary. That'll just be a single for New Zealand. I think New Zealand wants to keep that run rate between 5 and 6 runs per over, and quite comfortably get to a score of 230 or 250 runs. Last few matches has not scored very highly on this ground, with a maximum of 180 runs for the team opening the batting for the day. Horsley facing Khan. Khan keeping his over very tight and economical. 3 deliveries remaining. And they'll get a single for that messy fielding from the wicketkeeper. New Zealand looking very comfortable out there, in no rush to get the runs. At this stage we think it's just warming up, planning those big hits to come soon. Johnson facing. Khan's last delivery of this over. Oh. And we've got 6 balls remaining until the drinks break, and that'll allow UAE to put an additional fielder in the outfield, as the first portion of the power play would have been completed, and during the 30th over they'll be permitted to put another player in the outfield, bringing it to a total of 5 fielders in that area. But looks as if Ranjith Nair will be continuing the bowling attack from the commentary end. Nick Horsley facing. And that's a good shot, and then they'll be restricted with 1 run. UAE doing a good job of restricting New Zealand, and at this stage New Zealand's happy just to take those singles as long as they keep that run rate ticking and not to allow to dip below 5. Bowler just having to restart his run up, not quite getting the pace he needs, laughing with himself about that. The clouds will be staying away for the rest of the day. Looking nice and clear, just white clouds up ahead, coming over Newlands. There's no danger of the cricket being affected in any way. That's great news. And that's another single for New Zealand. And that's the over. And also time for the drinks break. So the score right now, after completion of 15 overs, is 76 with a loss of 2, New Zealand. And the wickets lost was that of skipper James Marshall, 13 runs off 11 balls, and Leighton Parsons LBW by Zarkhan, having only managed to put 15 runs on the board. At this stage, New Zealand's in a comfortable position to provide a score of between 220 250. Prediction is that it may not be much more than that. However, if New Zealand does manage to take another wicket or two during the next 5 overs, New Zealand may decide to send in big hitter Hardeep Singh, although Hardeep Singh was unable to put a very big score on against the match against New Zealand. In fact, he was out for a duck. But New Zealand do have other big hitters on their team, like Scott Mara. He was just 4 runs short of a century in that match that they won against South Africa. New Zealand won 3 wickets in hand. Stay with us. We'll bring you some good cricket. South Africa at Durbanville Cricket Club is currently at 21 for no loss. And it looks like Wales and Sri Lanka have finally got underway after the battling some rain and the soggy grounds. Currently Wales is at 46 with a loss of 2 after 14 overs. I think Sri Lanka will want to win this match after they lost against India a day ago. So stick with us, we've got some good cricket coming. And you can catch all these matches courtesy of Pitch Vision on either the SuperSport or the Cricket South Africa channel. Thanks also to fellow sponsors of this inaugural Over-40s Cricket World Cup: Devil's Speak Beer, local Cape Town brewery, and Vita 24 Vitamin Boost, hydrating beverage that's being provided to all the teams and the officials during this tournament. So in other news, close by we've got at Rondebosch Oval, Namibia playing against USA today. Namibia is already in the 14th over and 58 for the loss of 2. And India, we've given you an update on that. Canada is currently playing England in their 14th innings right now. Canada is batting, and at this stage 61 for the loss of 4. England, of course, being top of the log for Group A, and should they continue on the trend of winning, because they've won all their matches thus far in the tournament, they may just be facing South Africa in the matches taking place next week. Today, of course, being the last day that the teams will be participating in the round-robin matches. Khan does a good job. Good job there, great fielding. Roshan Khan's got a excellent economy rate of 2.21 for this innings, having only conceded 7 runs. Unfortunately, no wickets to his name yet, and he'll be looking to change that. Hopefully this will be the over. And New Zealand will take a gutsy single. Again, you find that there is no slips in place for New Zealand. So wicketkeeper having to cover that entire area. Dot ball. Nick Horsley to face Khan. UAE doing a very good job at restricting New Zealand. It figures that if they cannot take the wicket, then they need to stop the runs from flowing, and the run rate has just dropped below 5. And this time we have another Khan joining the bowling attack, and this time it's Rian Khan, all-rounder for UAE. As if you've tuned in earlier, you may have heard that he is quite a master with the bat and one of the key assets for UAE. And Rashan Khan taking his time to adjust his field. And of course now they've got the extra fielder that they can place further out in the outfield. And Basit Fizi just being shifted in a position where he's able to stop those boundaries from happening. Very good. Batsman leaves that alone. Shan Khan shouting a bit of encouragement to Rian Khan. Not sure if they're related or not. UAE keeping it very tight last 2 overs. Johnson on strike. And New Zealand not able to get off the mark during this over, which UAE will be very happy about, disrupting that run rate. And finally get a single, and that's all they'll get. There's 2 deliveries remaining for Rian Khan. Batsman's back in time to the crease. I think Gavin Johnson almost in trouble there. Nick Horsley sending him back in time. And that's the over. So UAE have had 2 overs back to back where they've managed to restrict New Zealand in the wake of them not being able to take any more wickets. I think they've done a very good job thus far. forcing that run rate to drop just below 5. It's currently at 4.6. New Zealand having completed 17 overs. The scoreboard now at 79 for loss of 2. Just a reminder, the wickets lost was that of Leighton Parsons and James Marshall. And New Zealand, they're wanting to get a second one, and it successfully does so. Greg Johnson currently 33 or 46 balls, strike rate of 71.74. It's well on his way to getting his 50. Johnson on strike for Khan. Welcome back, Jim.
Thank you. I just went and got a toasted sandwich, so I feel a lot better now.
A lot warmer. UAE's been keeping it very tight the last 2 overs, and run rate slightly dropped a bit, just under 5, 4.6. But New Zealand staying in there with taking a run here there, so in no real danger of the score not being decent.
Yeah, the word from the New Zealand players is that this is a very difficult pitch. Conditions not optimal here at Western Province Cricket Club. Nice shot from Johnson, who's made his way nicely up to 33.
They'll get 2
but
for that.
there's a big crater at the batsman's feet at each end, and some variable bounce. And yeah, not easy for run scoring, so some challenges out there from
You'll
a
see
cricketing
that
sense.
New Zealand has still, for the last few overs, opted not to have any slips, and will stop short just off a boundary. They'll still get 2 runs in for that. Rian Khan being successful at stopping that ball from going any further. Rian Khan had 1 bowling stint, 1 over during this match, and managed only to concede 2 runs.
So players out for New Zealand. Leighton Parsons was LBW to Zahar Khan for 15 from 24. New Zealand captain James Marshall struck a couple of nice boundaries, made his way quickly to 13, and then he was LBW to Ranjit Nair. Greg Johnson has worked his way up to 35 not out from 50, and Nick Horsley 10 from 22. The successful bowlers for UAE, Zahar Khan 1 for 23 from 4, Ranjit Nair 1 for 26 from 4. 5 bowlers used by UAE so far. Spin was introduced a couple of overs ago, and it looks like an even contest in terms of the run rate and number of wickets and everything. 83 for 2 after 18, but based on the feedback from the New Zealand players, this is a very tricky wicket to bat on, so 83 for 2, 85 for 2, not a bad score. This is Rehan Khan, the off spinner, number 7, or leg spinner in fact. And that's slogged away by Nick Horsley. 1 bounce for 4. Good shot on the slog sweep.
New Zealand thoroughly making sure that they inch back to that run rate of between 5 and 6. Despite what they say about pitch out there. I think if they get a few big hits in, that'll nudge up the score that they'll give to UAE, and they'll be able to. This stage looks like successful defending that.
Oh, that one's a bit quicker. Off spinner, I think, that time. Beat the bat, beat the wicket keeper.
Go for a second.
And they'll take some buys. Yeah, I don't think run rate will really be a key factor for New Zealand at this point. They'll be looking to just set a base, negotiate the vagaries of the pitch, and the run rate should take care of itself. So he mixes it up, does Rehan Khan, a few leggies, a few offies. There's a leggy again, or it might have been a googly even. One more down the ground for Horsley. That's the off spinner again. All around Cape Town, falling the
Well, welcome back. We currently have New Zealand just completing their 19th over, currently at 92 for loss of 2. And I've got someone from the UAE team joining me today. His name is Hari. Hari, welcome.
Thank you. Welcome to all of you also, and thank you for the opportunity.
Tell me, are you able to share some of the strategy out there that UAE is hoping to deploy on coming off your win against Wales on Thursday? Or
Yeah.
Friday?
Yeah.
Friday? Yes. I think UAE is hoping to win here, but the odds looking firmly in favour of New Zealand, currently the log leaders in Group B. So a win here today for UAE, what would that mean for your team?
Well, the morale of the team is quite high now after the win against Wales on Friday. And what we would be looking forward for today is to put up a good show. And currently, with the start what we have got now, a couple of wickets down, and if we get a couple of them more in the next 3 to 5 overs, I think we stand a good chance to give a good fight in this game.
Anything you can tell us specifically about the bowler currently coming towards us from the Claremont Inn, Sudish Bana?
So Sudish is going to bowl his first over of the match now. Sudish, as you know, he is the second leading run scorer of the tournament, behind Hardeep Singh, I think.
Interesting. So we've got a all-rounder on our hands.
Yeah, and he's been pretty good in bowling also so far for us, very economical. And we hope that he can take a couple of wickets in this spell, so that would put us in a very good position.
Yeah, I think within the next 5 to 10 overs, you need to unsettle this current partnership at the moment.
Fully agree. Yeah.
And if still just check with the scoring department what this partnership is at currently, it's at 39. So about 11 runs away from that, and this is one that you'll want to unsettle so that they don't get too much momentum going.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they're going to be firing some big shots in the outfield.
Going into, after 5 to 10 hours, the wickets in hand, it will be, quite hard for us to contain after that.
New Zealand will try to get 2 for that. They'll have
Absolutely.
to hurry. And both batsmen safely back at their creases. So the question here is that the 2 bowlers, Rian Khan and Roshan Khan, any relation?
No, not at all related. Roshan is actually basically from South Africa itself. He is from Cape Town only. He is a Cape Town local boy, born and brought up
I
in Cape
thought I
Town.
heard something very familiar coming out of his while he was standing closer to the boundary on the my left here from the commentators in.
Yeah.
And I thought I heard a few familiar words coming out of his mouth, and I wasn't too sure whether
He's
it was
a
coming
local
from
boy.
him or not. And now that you confirm he's local, now
He's a local boy,
makes
yeah.
sense, okay.
So we've got 2 local boys in our team from Cape Town. One is Peter and one is Rohan. Roshan, sorry.
Roshan.
And then we have another 2 South Africans. One is Earl, he was not keeping well today, so he's not reported for the game. And then we have Jason, he's from Joburg.
Just run over the eligibility criteria. I've been told that you'd need to live in the UAE for a minimum of 3 years, any point
Yes.
in your lifetime, to qualify to play for this team.
Yes.
And
So
on that basis, it's people like Roshan and Peter.
I've been there for some time.
Okay, and that's why they're able to.
Yes.
to play for the
You
UAE.
need to hold a valid residence visa for 3 years to play for UAE,
Okay.
and everyone is over that age period. Some of us are pretty long in UAE. Like I've been in UAE for 22 years now. So
And you're originally from?
I'm from India.
From India. Well, there you have it. It's a multinational team.
Yeah. So Rahan, who is bowling now, is from Pakistan.
It's quite a mixture
Yes.
of talent you have from different nationalities. New Zealand in their 21st over, 97 for a loss of 2. We've got Rian Khan. Oh, that's a big one. That is a big gun.
Big shot.
And that's the first 6 of the day. Right, and that brings New Zealand to their century of 103 for loss of 2. Greg Johnson is on 38 or 53 balls, and Nick Horsley 35 balls, and this partnership is 2 runs away from making it to a 50. Rian Khan currently on the bowling attack, and Nick Horsley facing. Rian Khan's hoping for his first wicket of this match. So interesting, we've noticed that UAE has opted not to put any slips in place for the last few overs. Any particular reason why they're leaving the wicketkeeper to cover that area by himself?
The captain knows better of the situation. I would like to put it in that way.
Very diplomatic answer by Hari.
So we leave it to our captain to decide. We have been playing for some time now together, so he knows the bowlers well. And considering how the way it is going, his mind, I think, is to contain the runs and get the wickets at the same time. So I presume that is what is in his mind.
Yes. I assume the team has not a lot of time to come together after being placed in various parts of the world. So have they managed to gel pretty much quickly? And how much time have you had before your start of your tournament?
We all got together only around 3 weeks before. So we had around 3 to 4 practice matches in UAE. And then we came over here, but unfortunately we didn't get any practice match over here also. So we straight away came into the tournament.
This partnership is shaping up nicely, and currently 1 run away from getting their 50. And I'm being joined by Hari, who is giving us some info and intel on his team, but at the same time being very diplomatic in terms of the field placings. So Hari not wanting to really share some secrets, and not wanting to possibly make it easier for New Zealand to plot a sort of a comeback during their innings, and
Yes.
Being very careful about what he talks about and what he shares about. And
Yes, I mentioned, the key is to take a couple of wickets now to come into the match strongly. And if we have that, I'm sure this match is going to be having a good result for UAE.
yeah, this grounds and looking at the condition of the pitch today, it's not going to be that conducive to get a very high score. And I think it will be a challenge for the batsmen on either end.
The team has got a good, decent batting lineup. The top order is capable of chasing targets. So the minimal that we keep over here, it's going to be good for us in chasing that down.
And that brings up the 50 for this partnership. Nick Horsley and Greg Johnson doing a very good job at keeping the runs ticking over and bringing some stability to the batting order after those early loss of wickets. Leighton Parsons, LBW by Zak Khan, and James Marshall, another LBW by Ranjit Nair. UAE is hoping to make an impact in the next 5 overs to stop this partnership from building any further. New Zealand in the 22nd over and currently at 105 for the loss of 2. So looking ahead of the potential batting lineup of UAE, can you tell us perhaps what are the first couple of batters that may be sent out to defend?
The opening pair would be the same for us, Sudesh and Rafi. They've been, apart from one match, all other matches, there have been quite good partnerships at the top. Against South Africa, we had a kind of a collapse. But otherwise, they have had good partnership for the first wicket. So I think that would be the same that we would be holding up today also. Then we have some quite good lineup down the line. Ranjit is a good batsman. We have Peter, who scored a century in the last match of 58 balls. I think that was the fastest century in the tournament. So that's there. Roshan is a good all-rounder. He is good with the bat. Rahan is also very good with the bat down the line. So, there are guys who are capable to chase down. So that's why I said, the minimal that we keep over here,
Do you
it's
think
going to be
they'll
very
be
strong
able
for
to
us.
stand up against the bowling attack of New Zealand?
We hope so. We have had checked some of the clippings and videos that they had played in the previous matches. So I think it's pretty okay. We can give a good fight.
Yeah, especially against people like Jeremy Wiley and Ben Rapson.
I think so. Yeah. The lineup is good. I mean, back in UAE also we play in good fast tracks as well as spinning tracks. So, and where the guys have had a decent career so far. I mean, being 40 means at least people have played at least for 20-25 years by now. I mean, so that experience counts all the time.
Indeed. A sweep, and there will be a boundary. Another boundary for New Zealand. We'll be happy about that. UAE needs to break this partnership. Needs to make a significant impact in the next five overs.
Going to be very crucial for us in the next 5 overs.
We do not want New Zealand to start getting into a groove and potentially decide we're going to be a bit more bold and factor in a few big shots there. As the ground is drying up a bit.
Good.
Ball will start moving a little bit faster on the outfield. Play on the attack and Nick Horsley facing. As a bowler, what can you tell us about Pillay?
Sorry?
Pillay, as a bowler, in terms of his capabilities.
Biju.
Is that Biju?
Yeah,
Pillay?
Biju Pillai. I mean, his second name is Pillai. He actually can do both. I mean, if you would have seen earlier, he has started off with a medium pace. Now he's bowling spin. So he can do both quite well. He's a good middle order batsman also. He has been a wicket-taking bowler for us in the past. So I hope that he does the same over here. Captain would have given that responsibility to him now for picking up that wicket, basically. He keeps the ball a bit lower when he is spinning, so that's something that
New Zealand will get a single. So one thing I've noticed about the New Zealand batsmen, they've throughout this tournament never looked like they're in a hurry to be scoring the runs, and they just get them up there quite comfortably and not looking like they're under pressure in any way.
the format is as such, right? I mean, 45 overs. I mean, these days most of us play mostly T20s rather than the 45 over format or a 50 over
easier
format.
on the body.
Absolutely. At this age, it counts also. So basically, if you have that wickets in hand when you move into that 20 over mark, it makes it very easy for you to go after the bowling. If you have wickets in hand, and then at least to score at an average of 6 to 7 or 7 to 8 runs in the last 20 overs, that helps in accumulating those runs what you require. So patience is key in the initial 20-25 overs. Keeping wickets intact is very important.
The bowling has changed, and Sudesh is back on the prowl.
So back in UAE, we don't have too much 45 over or a 50 over format tournaments happening. Most of the games are T20.
Oh,
It's a good one.
that is a good ball. I think Sudesh is wanting to get that breakthrough. And I'm not the captain of UAE, but I would want to keep him on for 2 successive overs just to intimidate the batsman a little bit more. Oh, and
Yes,
umpire gives
that's
it.
the one.
That's the one you wanted, and this partnership is broken Partnership has only managed to reach 59, and UAE has gotten the breakthrough that they needed. And Sudesh Sobana being the person to give them that breakthrough. And that's another LBW for UAE.
That's the third one falling now. We want the fourth one also as quickly as possible.
And we've got the big hitter Hardeep Singh making his way to the wicket. New Zealand currently in their 24th over, 114 for the loss of 3. Let's see if New Zealand can get another partnership going and take New Zealand to possibly putting up a score between 220 250. And UAE just strategizing over there. Team very happy about that wicket. And notice that every time a wicket gets taken by UAE, the outfield is very chirpy.
It's yeah.
So this certainly should energize them. And the man that's left is Nick Horsley.
How much did he score?
Nick Horsley managed to score 28 runs off 46 deliveries.
Since my buddy is back, I think
So we
I can
have,
leave.
Sudesh Sobana still doing the job there for UAE out there. I think he's got 3 deliveries remaining of this over. He's hoping to collect another scalp before he leaves. So Hardeep Singh facing him, and UAE just warning him, don't you dare take that shot. Be ready. And specifically organizing their field just to ensure that there's no unnecessary boundaries. And Sudesh back in the attack, making sure that the rest of this over is completed by dot balls.
White ball.
He does just that. He's itching to get off the mark. He's not going to get to do that during this over. And that's the over for Sudesh. New Zealand at 115 for the loss of 3.
I'll take leave.
So Hari will be leaving us from the UAE, and thank you so much for joining us. It was great chatting to you.
Thank you very much
Very
for the
careful about not
opportunity.
giving away any team secrets and being very diplomatic in his response to the captain's decision on certain fielding placings. So
Thank you
very much
for the
joining us.
opportunity. I would like to thank the sponsors and the organizers of the tournament. It's been a great tournament so far. We are having so much fun also. City of Cape Town also has welcomed us in a very high manner. So I would like to thank everybody who has been a part of this tournament so far. Thank you all. Have a good day.
Cape Town is
Thank you.
happy to have hosted this tournament.
Thank
We're
you,
happy
thank
that
you.
you're also enjoying not only the surroundings but also the tournament itself.
Thank you very much. It's been great fun so far. Thank you.
Alright, we've got the very tall figure of Tariq. Is this his first over, or has he been bowling for a bit? Yep,
This is
first
his
over.
first over.
He's a bit of a giant, this fella. He must be about 6'5". Just bowls medium pace, and he's bowling to Hardeep Singh, coming in lower down the order today than he normally would, because he is also going to be keeping wicket. So he's batting at 5 today for New Zealand, coming in at the fall of Nick Horsley's wicket. Hardeep swings it away with those fast hands of his out to the boundary, his first 4 of the day, swinging that short delivery away. Greg Johnson still with him. He's approaching his 50. He's in good form for New Zealand. 46, following up on that century that he scored against
I think he's currently
Wales.
47.
47?
47
Okay.
now.
But I think New Zealand batting pretty well on what appears to be and what sounds to be a very difficult wicket.
I don't think that's going to let them stop them, especially when you've got individuals at the crease that are known to be big hitters. They'll certainly make sure that they reach the boundary quite often.
Hardeep shapes up to play on the onside and then dabs it away down to third man. He's a real live wire at the crease. Hardeep Singh, still the leading run scorer in this tournament, despite getting a duck in the last game. He was nicked off by Yucko Castle for a second baller against South Africa, but still the top run scorer with 307 before this match, so add another 5 to that. Lovely cover drive by Greg Johnson. That looks like it's heading out to the boundary. It's going to cross the boundary now, and that will bring up 50 for Greg Johnson. Congratulations to Greg. He's scored a century and a 50 in this tournament, making every post a winner. The New Zealand opening batsman.
And his strike rate is not too half bad at 75.4.
Acknowledges the applause from his teammates. They've just realised that he's reached that half century.
And he'll be hoping to stay there for most of this innings.
I don't know if Ividia's been mentioning some of the other games going on around town today. Canada 85 for 7 against England. Quite a few wickets falling around the grounds. Namibia 100 for 6 against USA. Nice drive again from Johnson. No run this time. Wales 75 for 5 against Sri Lanka. So, actually I don't have the score from India and South Africa. Has that match got underway? Yes, it has. 41 for 2 India. After 17 overs, going at just 2.3 and over. They're making heavy weather against that strong South African bowling attack. Yucko Castle, Daniel Steyer and Lundi Mbani. So we'll keep an eye in particular on that match. India versus South Africa. That's the only one that's going to have a major effect on the semi-final placings. Whoever wins that match will go through.
We have Sudesh Shabana back on the strike, coming in from the Claremont end. Correct. Hardeep Singh on strike. Sorry, Johnson.
Sudesh Sabana is definitely the star player in this UAE side. He's the second leading run scorer in the tournament before today's match, and also appears to bowl a bit of handy off spin. He's got 1 for 9 in this innings. I'm not sure what his heritage is. The UAE is a real agglomeration of ethnicities.
Some of them are South African, Indian, Pakistani, and they've only come together 3 weeks prior to the tournament to play about 3 matches in the UAE. They've not been able to do that in South Africa prior to the start of the tournament, but they've gelled thus far. They've gelled well as a team. That's a big shot, potentially a boundary. Fielder does not get there in time, but another boundary for New Zealand.
Well, he stuck out his foot. It wasn't a very wholehearted effort to field that ball. He thought he'd give it a go with the old right boot, but that's a very low percentage fielding option. So not a fully committed effort by the fielder out there allows that boundary. Nice lofted sweep shot though from Greg Johnson.
So Siddhesh Sabana, current economy rate of 3.13, having taken 1 wicket and only conceded 12 runs. And looks like there's
Oh, they're going to have to run
more.
this. They thought it was
Stop just short of the boundary.
Batsman thought it was going to the boundary, but it pulled up on this slightly heavy outfield.
So Tariq Abbas back into the bowling attack, coming in from the commentator's end. Hardeep Singh facing.
Slammed away out to the cover boundary, 4 more. Those fast hands of Hardeep Singh just doesn't allow any bad ball to go unpunished, and he thrashes that one away.
Not the leading run scorer for the tournament for nothing. That's another big shot. Fielder gets there on time. They'll only get 1 run for that. Excellent delivery by Tariq Abbas.
Well, that wind has picked up again, Vidia.
I thought you said to go away, and now you brought it back with you.
I
after.
seem to, yes.
But it's hopefully just passing on, pushing the clouds back out to the ocean, over the mountains, and hopefully drying the outfield as it does that. 2 deliveries remaining of this over. New Zealand currently 138 for a loss of 3. Oh, that's a big shot.
Swung
Can the
away.
fielder get there? Oh, it'll be a boundary.
It's a very familiar shot for anyone who watches Hardeep batting. He goes down on 1 knee and plays a slog sweep over mid-wicket. He seems to be hobbling a little bit.
Yeah, I've noticed that too. Is but uncomfortableness there. I hope it's not going to affect his wicket keeping later on during the New Zealand innings.
And also the semis. He's a very important part of the New Zealand attack.
And he's limping slightly. He might want to opt to get a runner in there if it worsens or doesn't ease up a bit. Perhaps they can bring in Leighton Parsons or James Marshall to do the running for him. So Tariq Abbas not very successful in this over. It's not very economical overall either, with the economy rate of just under 11. Got a new bowler on the prowl.
I think this is still Sabana. Looks like him. Oi, what's he done here? He's thrown the ball backwards, so it's slipped out of his hands at the point of delivery, and it's quite difficult to throw the ball backwards when you're running forwards. So good effort from Sabana. He'll try again to bowl a more traditional delivery. That's better. Oh, a good one actually. Cuts Hardeep in half. Bit of bounce. But they pick up another run. Full, and that's gone up in the air. Oh.
And no one can get there in time.
That was a weird sort of shot. It must have just taken the top edge, I guess, but with no power, and it just blooped up behind square on the leg side. The keeper raced after it, but fell in no man's land between him and the short fine leg. So a lot of action for a dot ball.
So, you think there's a lot of people tuning in for this match in New Zealand? It's about 11 o'clock there in the evening right now.
Yes, I'm sure there are. All of the players have friends and family watching, and I know that there's a lot of interest in New Zealand in the cricketing community. It's been well promoted.
It's a big shot. And oh,
good bit of fielding there by the man who I criticised in the previous over for using his boot. He throws out one hand and slaps it down. Did get a kind bounce, I suppose. Gets a warm round of applause from the New Zealand players who are sitting right there. Greg Johnson again playing the anchor innings for New Zealand. Batting right through on what is apparently a fairly difficult wicket. You wouldn't know it if you just tuned into the scorecard, with New Zealand 147 for 3 after 27 overs, going at 5.3. All the batsmen making double figures. I can only go on what I've been told by some of the New Zealand players, who say that the wicket is trickier than it looks. Nice sweep from Hardeep Singh. He's got that into the gap for 4. He's very good at finding the gaps. Hardeep Singh plays all around the wicket, and he's a nightmare to set a field to.
so New Zealand inching closer and closer to the 150.
Well, they've passed 150 now. 151.
Yeah, it's 151 for loss of 3.
India are crawling along against South Africa. 45 for 2 after 20 overs. That's just over 2 and over. Ojaz Mehta, who scored a century the other day in the previous game, is 13 off 67 deliveries.
Yeah, South Africa doing a good job there of restricting them.
Oh yeah, but not thrilling viewing. Glad I'm at this game, not that one.
Although this is the match to watch, I think.
Yako Castle has bowled his 9 overs for just 15 runs. Anyway, here we are. Now who's this into the attack now? Number 7.
It's
Raj.
Nair.
Oh yeah, Nair.
Ranjith Nair.
Yeah, he bowled a little bit earlier on. Bowled 4 overs for 26 in his first spell. He's replacing Tariq Abbas, who was pretty expensive. The tall man, his 2 overs going for 21.
Hardeep Singh facing. And he's just Nair decided, well, my run up is not that great, so let me try again. That may just be a single. They want to try for a second run and decide against it. So Ranjith Nair has already taken 1 wicket thus far, and I think the thinking of the captain is to maybe he can work his magic there again. That was Gets in there. What a nice shot. That'll be a boundary.
Hardeep plays that slog sweep again, straighter this time, and again there's just gaps everywhere when Hardeep's batting that just don't appear to be there when other people bat. He's really good at finding the holes in the field, and the fielder had been moved squarer to the place where he hit the previous 4, and he's just hit it to a different part of the ground. He's very clever at that. And follows it up with a quick single. So the UAE boundary riders are a point, a long off, a long on, and a square leg. We haven't seen slips hardly at all in this innings. They may have had one in the first over. Nice straight drive by Greg Johnson down to long on. Greg Johnson started this tour badly in the warm-up match against Canada, which wasn't an official match. He managed to bat twice because New Zealand batted through its 45 overs. He managed to bat twice, scored 0 and 1 in the same game. So he might have been a little bit low on confidence coming into the tournament, but then in his first match against Wales, he batted right through the innings, 45 overs. Brought up his 100 in the very last over of the innings. 100 not out for Greg Johnson. Came in late in the innings against Sri Lanka, just managed 5 or 6 I think. And then he's worked his way up to 62 not out today against UAE in somewhat difficult conditions. So great effort from the man who plays for the Takapuna Cricket Club on the north shore of Auckland. Maybe some of the Takapuna boys watching today. It's coming up towards bedtime in New Zealand, but I'm sure there's a few people staying up and cheering on the Kiwis. More runs. He'll probably pick up a couple as the wicketkeeper Rafi has to scoot back. Oh, through the legs of the big man, Tariq. It's a long way down for him, and couldn't get down in time. Gets nutmegged, and the batsmen pick up 2 more. Tossed up again, a little bit full for the slog sweep, through to the keeper. Quicker that time from Sabana, but Johnson equal to it, taps it into the offside for a single.
And this is the last delivery for Sabana. And New Zealand remains on 165 for loss of 3. The wickets that have fallen was Leighton Parsons, James Marshall, and Nick Horsley, all LBW.
Now it doesn't... Oh, we're going to have the second drinks break of the innings now, 30 overs having been completed. Here we go for the last block of 15 overs in this New Zealand innings. New Zealand have set a really good base from which to expand and set a target of, what would they be looking at? Probably another 100 runs at least in the last 15 overs. I did call early on a score of 275 plus. I'm going to stick with that. Greg Johnson has been very workmanlike in accumulating his 68. All 5 New Zealand batsmen have reached double figures. Leighton Parsons was out for 15, James Marshall for 13, Nick Horsley for 28. But it's been a good partnership of 52 from Johnson and Hardeep Singh, who swings that ball out to the children who are practicing out at the long off square leg boundary. 4 more. That one kept low, but Hardeep kept his eye on it and pulled it away. Just got such a good eye, Hardeep. And he'll take another quick single down to fine leg. Now loses his run up, so he'll have to head back to the top of his mark and try again. Another good length delivery. He's gone at 7s, has now 1 for 41, coming to the end of the 6th over, or his 6th over. Right, let's see what's happening in Wales versus Sri Lanka. Wales are batting first, 96 for 5 after 30 overs. So another mildly entertaining game out there, 96 for 5. In fact, they brought their 100 up. Namibia struggling against USA, they're 122 for 7. Their gun batsman Gary Sneyman only got 5 today, so they struggle a bit without him. 3 wickets to Mohammad Farouk and Saqib Qureshi. So New Zealand, the highest scoring of the 5 games that have started so far. No play in Australia versus Zimbabwe yet, as far as I can tell. Good use of the feet by Hardeep. He just spotted at the last moment that it was tossed up and he shuffled down the wicket, slammed it through covers for another boundary. That's 7 boundaries that Hardeep has now hit in his score of 36 from just 20 balls. So enjoying this opportunity to come down the order slightly against some relatively easy bowling. Down the wicket again. He'll just take 1 to extra cover. Johnson has to put in the short ones to make his ground, but he does that. So it's not as warm here at Western Province Cricket Club today as it has been throughout the tournament. We've had some warm days, some hot days actually, to be fair. Today a little bit cooler. There was rain yesterday and overnight, and there's just a gentle but somewhat crisp breeze blowing right in our faces. The players will be enjoying it, I think. So Hardeep Singh, as I've mentioned a few times, is the leading run scorer in the tournament, which he has been right from, was it day one, when he scored 137 to kick off the tournament. Actually, sorry, day two it was, against Wales. So since day two he's been the leading run scorer. He has 339 runs now, at a pretty healthy average of 85. Strike rate of 118, 50 and 2 centuries, and no fewer than 46 boundaries that he's hit. And he's about 60 runs clear of the next guy on the list. That's Sudesh Subana, who's playing against him today for the UAE. Ranjit Nair continuing, bowling to Greg Johnson. And cloth falls out of his back of his pants as he's running in. So he hands it to the umpire to look after. Swung away by Johnson. Really nicely out to square leg for 4. So not allowing the UAE bowlers to string dots together. That's been a feature of the New Zealand batting throughout this tournament. There haven't been any slow periods for them, even then when they were recovering against South Africa yesterday. Sorry, 2 days ago. And even on game 1 against India, they've just kept the score ticking over throughout. Hardeep looking around the field, picking his spot. Where's this going? Oh, it's going up in the air. Chance of a catch. No, fielder can't get there. That's Tariq Abbas, and he's made a massive hash of this one. Not only has he probably not made as good an effort as he could to get to the ball, he's then managed to kick it away towards the boundary. The big fella finds it a little bit hard to get down, but he finally does pick it up and send it back. A real stumbling effort from Tariq. Anyway, we're into the entertainment zone as far as Hardeep's concerned. He's got his eye in. Anything could happen now. He's looking around the field even as the bowler's running in. Just eyeing those gaps. Where's this one going? Cuts it down to short third man, quick single. So 2 of the innings in the other game's almost over in terms of being bowled out. Namibia are 9 down against USA, only 31 overs into that innings, and Canada are 8 down at a similar stage against England.
Hi guys. Hi.
Me, Jim. Anyway.
Yeah.
Now shuffling in alongside me, another member of the UAE side, Zar Khan. How are you, Zar?
Fine, thank you, sir.
You opened the bowling for the UAE, so presumably you're just off the field taking a wee break, and they've sent you over to come and do some commentary. No rest, mate.
Yeah, because I need some rest for the coming bowling again. But the weather is good today.
Yeah. Now, how do you feel the UAE boys are going? Score is 187 for 3, 12 overs left. You guys happy with that?
Yeah, please.
Oh, that's hit hard by Greg Johnson. 2 fielders converging. One of them gets there. Good bit of work on the boundary.
Harry is a good bowler, actually. He's a very nice rhythm in these days.
But overall, the score 190 for 3. Do you think that's a good reflection of the match so far?
Right now, the position is quite good. I mean, for the both, the situation will be changed after 10 hour. I mean, when the 10 hour left, then we can say something. So probably the score will be in 280 to something like that, I expecting, because they have a lot of wicket.
And do you
New
think
Zealand have a lot of wicket now in hand.
And do you think that's a chaseable target if New Zealand do get there?
A little bit difficult. Because right now we are also chasing is 250, 270, something like that, 240. So I think 300 or 20, 280 will be a little bit difficult for us, but we have some good batting. Oh, good shot. Good cut shot.
Found the gap again. It's going out towards that boundary. Goes over the rope now, fielded by one of the young children having a practice session. And yes, another boundary for Hardeep Singh. That's 9 that he's hit so far today. How do you bowl to this guy? Where would you be bowling to him, Zara?
Yeah, the weather is quite good for the bowling these days. I mean, in this ground, and I done only 4 hours, and it's not enough for me, right? And then I will try my best, and the thing is quite impressive now. Is doing a good job now.
Yep, Hardeep Singh just 4 runs away from a half century.
Yeah.
He's only faced 28 deliveries. So we're going to... Is this a change of bowling now? I think it is. Number 8. Who's this coming into the attack?
Number 8.
Yeah, you know.
Ranjit. Biju.
Biju. Oh, Biju Pillai. He opened the bowling from the far end. He bowled 5 overs, none for 25. So in terms of your batting, you've got Sudesh Sobana. He's the 2nd leading run scorer in the tournament. Is he your star player with the bat?
Yeah, that's a good batsman for us, for our team. And we also have a lot of hope from him today. He will be a good batting for us.
So it seemed like conditions were quite good for bowling early on.
Yeah.
Do you feel that your team took full advantage of that?
Yeah. In the morning, normally I saw overall Cape Town. The morning is good for the bowling session, and the bowling come in and trying because I'm a take bowler in my team, so first bowling me always. So it's quite effective and quite helpful for me because I'm in swing coming so nicely, and today as well.
One more for Johnson. Now, Zar, where are you from originally? Where were you born?
Yeah, actually, we born normally in Pakistan. Okay, and then after that we migrate to Dubai, and then a lot of now I'm living in Hong Kong.
Oh,
So I came from Hong Kong now
all right.
because I have multinationals.
Oh, he's found the gap
Yeah.
beautifully, Hardeep Singh. He's hit it well too, and I think it's going to get just dragged in shortly before the line. Right, so how long did you actually live in Dubai for? How many years?
Yeah, around more than 30
Ah,
years.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then after then I migrate to Hong Kong.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm in connection with Dubai in Hong Kong because my business in Hong Kong connected with Dubai. So most of the time I'm in Hong Kong now. Oh, that's a good shot.
Yeah,
Good scoop shot.
good improvisation from Hardeep, spotting that there was a gap behind square on the leg side. Just moves across to the offside and scoops it down there to bring up his 50. Acknowledges the applause from mainly the New Zealand enclosure down there. Yet another 50 for Hardeep Singh. He's scored 200s and a 50 in this tournament. Got a duck the other day, and he's back to normal service has resumed for Hardeep Singh. 50 off 31 deliveries. And I think he'll be eyeing up another century. He's got plenty of time by his standards.
Yeah, he's doing a good job now. I hope he will be more playing.
And Zara, is this your first time to South Africa?
Yeah, it is my first time, and I'm really enjoying here, especially the weather. It's quite good for the cricket. And especially today, I'm not expecting the weather will be a little bit windy and cool.
Mm. Do you like that?
Oh yeah, that's quite good because in Hong Kong weather also is like quite good. They like that.
Mm-hmm.
बोल उसको।
Just going to give Zara a moment to say something in which language is that?
Hindi. It's
In
called
Hindi?
Hindi, yeah.
Not Urdu?
Urdu, Hindi, same.
Okay.
Yeah, Urdu
Yeah.
can say
All
Hindi,
right.
both of them
Okay.
same.
Go ahead.
ओके अस्सलाम वालेकुम व्यूअर कैसे हैं ठीक ठाक बड़ी अच्छी क्रिकेट हो रही है केप टाउन में रोशन खान अभी बॉलिंग करेंगे सिंह को जो 13 नंबर की शर्ट से खेल रहे हैं गुड शॉट अच्छा कट किया टर्नमैन पे बिजू आई मीन बासित ने फील्डिंग किया आप लोगों को काफ़ी हैरत होगी कि वे उर्दू में भी और हिंदी में कमेंट्रीज हो रही है तो शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ केप टाउन की क्रिकेट बोर्ड का और ये ओवर-40 का ओह गुड शॉट जिम
Great, thank you.
welcome
Not sure what you said, but I'm sure
well, we can,
I
say
heard
time by
Cape
time.
Town, and
I can talk time by time.
I think I heard thank you in there somewhere. Was it shukriya?
Shukriya.
Yeah,
It's called
and
shukriya.
Salam alaikum. I got the odd word in there.
Assalamu alaikum, like a greeting, you know,
Yeah.
you can say that.
Oh, he's found the gap again beautifully. How does he always get these gaps? Hardeep Singh. Yet another boundary. That's his 9th now. And the score racing up. 200 up as well in this over. 5.8 is the run rate. And UAE searching for a way through. This partnership up to 90. Zahar, how have you found the standard of cricket in this tournament? Is it what you were expecting?
It's a nice cricket actually, and then I expecting.
Oh, a bit of a fumble allows the second run here.
Yeah. Nice management, good matches. Good. I mean, it's quite impressive, and I'm enjoying a lot. And the matching start on time, finish on time, and especially the lunch, and lunch is so good. So I have nothing problem in here.
Very good.
So I'm looking forward, maybe come again.
Greg Johnson into the 80s now. He's looking for his second century of the tournament. Hardeep perhaps starting to think about his third. But both will have the greater interests of the team as their top priority.
Yeah. Okay. I'm leaving now, and then I have a bowling after that.
Okay.
So, Jim,
Yep.
nice talk to you.
Likewise.
Okay, guys.
All the best
Thank
for
you.
the rest of the game. Thanks for stepping in.
Thank you, sir. Bye-bye.
So a video will come back into the space that Zahar Khan has evacuated.
So New Zealand in a good space thus far. 213 for a loss of 3. Doing very well to protect their wickets. And it's, I think it's frustrating UAE.
Now who's this into the attack now, number 2? This is...
Looks like Sudesh Sabana.
Oh, he's swung around, is he? Okay.
Yeah, he used to bowl from the Newlands end, and now he's here at the commentator's end.
Interesting that he bowled 8 overs in a row from the Newlands end, and now he's bowling his last from the commentary end.
Quite possibly the captain deciding to have a shift in strategy. And so bowling's not been having the breakthrough that they needed. New Zealand will go for that second run and they'll get it. Both batsmen will be safely back at the crease. And UAE does need a breakthrough right now. New Zealand is in their 37th over, and the last time a wicket fell was in the 24th over. So it's about 8 overs remaining, and New Zealand looking very comfortable out there. Another sweep shot there, it'll only get 1 run. So just to recap, the wickets fallen thus far is Leighton Parsons at 15 runs, James Marshall 13 runs. That's a good shot, going for a boundary. And Greg Johnson is 8 runs away from his century, and he's taking his time to get there. He's got all the time on the ball. There's according to himself, no hurry there. No, all wickets that's fallen from New Zealand has been LBW. Hardeep Singh has been doing very well, finding those gaps. He's managed 61 runs off 37 deliveries with a strike rate of 164.86. This partnership thus far has brought in 109 runs for New Zealand, close to 50% of the score. So the arrival of Hardeep Singh has no doubt proven to be quite the catalyst for New Zealand. And there's another big shot, and the fielder will stop that one. They'll only get 1. And it's absolute agony out there for UAE. The bowling strategy has not worked for the last 10 to 15 overs, and the captain will need to readjust the strategy, and the bowling's not having the relevant impact. Perhaps she should also consider bringing Rashawn Khan back into the action. And that he does just that. So Rashawn Khan will be bowling in from the Newlands end. Greg Johnson will be facing him. Greg Johnson currently at 93. And hoping to get a few big shots in to reach that century. Looking very at ease, and the bowler not being very successful with his run-up, and fielding is just being adjusted. He'll restart his run-up and his campaign for another wicket. So England versus Canada. Canada is currently 128 all out. England wasting no time there at all. Not the log leaders for Group A for nothing. And United States versus Namibia, it's 133 all out. So Greg Johnson there on the mark. They'll have to hurry for that one. Well, whoa! Looks like
it's a direct hit, and they're going to get an overthrow, so that makes 3 runs.
And that brings Greg within 5 runs of his century.
Yeah, he's up to 97 now. Hardeep Singh 61 from just 37. 9 fours in that.
Unbelievable strike rate from Hardeep.
Well, it is believable if you know Hardeep. And he's sliced that away beautifully. Backward of square on the offside. Lovely shot. For number 10 for Hardeep.
Greg Johnson's 2 away from his century. And Canada's lost. Well, not that they haven't lost. They bowled out for 125 by England. So that's unfortunate for them. It's not a very big total for England to chase. Oh, that's another big shot.
4 more for Hardeep.
There we go.
Just all around the wicket.
He just finds it.
Yeah, very, very difficult man to bowl to. That's that signature shot, I suppose, for Hardeep. Going down on one knee, swinging it leg side. He's been hobbling around right from the start of his innings, but still running pretty well between the wickets.
Yeah. And news from Groot Drakenstein, the match between Sri Lanka and Wales. Wales is all out for 121. And given the batting prowess of Sri Lanka, they may find themselves in a winning position today. Hardeep Singh facing Rashawn Khan again. And that will just be a single for them. That's the over.
So the men out for New Zealand today, Leighton Parsons was first to go with the score at 29. He was LBW to Zahir Khan, who was just having a chat with us a moment ago, for 15. James Marshall hit a couple of boundaries and looked fairly good in getting to 13 before he was LBW to Ranjit Nair for 13. Nick Horsley and Greg Johnson put on about 60 odd before Nick Horsley was LBW to Sudesh Sabana for 28. And the score was 114 then. Hardeep Singh came in and did Hardeep things, and he and Greg Johnson have put on 124 in just 15 overs, or less than 15 overs. Hardeep has raced up to 70 from 41. Greg Johnson now 97, only 3 runs away for his second, or from his second century in the tournament, should he make it. Bowling figures, 3 wicket takers, Zahar Khan, Ranjit Nair and Sudesh Sabana. All the bowlers proving a little bit expensive today, as you'd imagine, and despite some tricky batting conditions, New Zealand have rattled along at 6.3 and over. Here is Zahar Khan, the man who was chatting away in Urdu a few moments ago to us. He's going to have a bowl to Hardeep Singh. Good luck. Oh, tosses it up and it's slammed away for 6.
Looks like a 6, yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is, and it's a no ball as well. So there's a lot of places that you can't bowl to Hardeep Singh, but a waist high full toss is right up there, and not a great return to the bowling crease. Bizarre. And now the last guy you want to be giving a free hit to is Hardeep. What sort of weird and wonderful shot is he going to come up with here when he can't be dismissed? I think we might see him go left-handed. He's a real entertainer, is Hardeep Singh, man from Christchurch. Just getting a little bit of advice here from, I think that's Vijay Mehra. Right, Zahar, good luck, mate. Oh, Hardeep swings himself off his feet, and unbelievably it's a dot ball. He was trying to send that halfway up Table Mountain. Didn't make any contact at all. So Zahar Khan escapes.
Well, there we go, another
This
boundary.
time he gets hold of it. It's a very similar shot, maybe played with a bit more control. And out to the boundary, 4 more. The fielder there only had to move about 5 metres to his right, but it was slammed with such power that he really had no chance. Here's a little question. Who's going to reach their century first? Hardeep Singh, who's on 80, or Greg Johnson on 97?
Well, Hardeep is still on strike, so... And there's about 4 deliveries left of this over.
Yeah, I'm going to throw it out there and say that Hardeep gets there first.
Oh, another wild swing. He is really doing his utmost to get maximum amount of runs down.
Yeah, he's something special, this boy, Hardeep Singh. We've seen it at domestic level in New Zealand, and now he's showing it on the world stage. He's just such a lovely player to watch because he's so exciting. Well, maybe not on that occasion. Bit of a mistimed shot, but he's still going to get 2.
It leaves him back on strike. Strike rate now of 178. Remarkable to watch. Although he didn't manage to get that far with South Africa the other day. Well, little scoop over there. And they'll go for 2.
2 more for Hardeep Singh, direct hits. Now we saw one of the UAE players, Peter Bayer, score 100 for UAE against Wales off 58 deliveries. And those guys were very proud that that was what they believed to be the fastest 100 at this level. Hardeep Singh has a chance of exceeding that today.
Umpire says no.
He's just been over-hitting a little bit in this over. He missed out on the free hit, and there's a couple of other wild swings that he hasn't managed to get hold of. So if he just keeps doing what he does best, which is timing the gap, timing the ball, finding the gaps, then that'll be plenty for New Zealand. He doesn't need to overdo it.
Yeah, it certainly does. They do have sufficient overs left in which to do much damage and put up a decent score there.
That's right, 6 overs to go, 253 is the score. If they can go at about 10 and over, which I think is very realistic, they'll sail past 300 again.
So very close to your prediction this morning that they will be able to edge well past 200.
Oh, Greg
that's
Johnson's been dropped straight to the fielder. Not a difficult catch at all. I think that's Vijay Mehra, who's one of the older players. He might be the oldest player in this UAE team. He's in his late 50s. And that one just almost hit him in the chest. It was straight to him. Not a difficult catch, really. UAE need to take some chances. Again, Hardeep maybe overhitting a little bit. So that would have been tragic for Greg Johnson had he been dismissed on 97, but he has another chance to reach those 3 figures. Well, tragic's maybe a bit of an overstatement.
It's a good shot that will bring Greg Johnson onto strike, and hopefully he can hit a shot that brings up his century.
Now, from New Zealand's point of view, it's nice to see Hardeep Singh scoring runs, but he doesn't look well, and there's still 2 very important matches to go in this tournament. He is really, really struggling, and
Yeah, I think he should have just considered getting a runner on.
or just retire the guy. Like, New Zealand's got enough runs, I reckon. Just get him off and get a fresh batsman out. Hardeep has to keep wicket today for New Zealand, so
And if he's having a problem with his legs, that's a lot of crouching for the wicket keeper, and that's a big shot. It's up in the air. Fielders,
yeah, he hasn't timed it again, and now he's
now he's limping seriously. And that little twirl with the bat earlier on didn't help much.
It's almost like he's batting for his life here. He's just refusing to give in.
Oh,
That's
big
gone
shot.
high up in the air. No one's going to catch that. I'll guarantee it.
That'll be
it's
1 or 2 runs.
bloody good effort, though.
Good effort, good effort. And
I don't know if we.
Singh limps back to the crease, and it's just lying down on the ground there, needing a little bit of a rest or stretch.
I don't know if we got that one on camera, guys, but there was an amazing diving effort by Peter Bayer, the South African member of this team. Dove full length to try and get that skied ball.
I think Hardeep Singh is calling for assistance, and he'll get the medic attending to him. Or medic is sent back. And Hardeep is being very brave, whatever's going on there with his leg.
It was
Yes,
Cook, actually, the player who did that
Hardeep Singh,
diving attempt.
yeah.
Not Bayer. There's 2 South Africans in this side. Well, 4 of them, actually. I think Roshan Khan is South African as well.
Can't see that him being the wicket keeper today is going to be comfortable for him, because there is a lot of crouching and diving involved when you're a wicket keeper, a lot more on your legs in the other roles. The fact that he's limping and crouching and struggling to get to the crease now is a bit of a concern.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that he's still out there.
And that he's actually sent the medic back. The medic ran onto the field and he sent him back. Man of steel for today, looks like it. And they'll get into.
Is that the 100 for
That'll be
Greg
another
Johnson?
100.
It is. Congratulations to Greg Johnson, the man they call Dex, South African born, playing for New Zealand, over 40s. Second century for him in this tournament. Fantastic effort. He gets a handshake and a hug from Hardeep, who sort of steals the show a little bit by dramatically stumbling all around the field, and looks like he's on death's door, old Hardeep. Something's got to give here. He's coming off the field. This was all a bit crazy, the fact that he continued. But congratulations to Greg Johnson for a fine century.
Like he needs to be helped off the field by UAE fielders. There's definitely something amok there. And I think at this stage it looks like he'll retire.
Yeah, he is coming off. I don't understand this. Why he was still batting even half an hour ago, or when he came out, you could see he was injured. New Zealand did not need him to bat even. They have plenty of other batsmen. It wasn't a crucial stage of the innings. He looks in a heck of a lot of trouble, and he's such an important part of the New Zealand side. Why he even went out to bat, I just don't get it. And if he's unable to play in the semi-final, then I think whoever let him bat today has some questions to answer. He looks in a lot of trouble.
So Scott Mara joining Greg Johnson at the crease. And Scott Mara also a big hitter. He scored 96 against South Africa on Friday.
Yeah, it could be some cramp for Hardeep Singh. I can see somebody stretching his leg.
It might as well anyway, it's no time. That looks like a 6.
Big shot from Johnson, celebrating his century with a 6.
Getting this partnership off to a roaring start.
So the 100 coming up off 109 deliveries for Greg Johnson, 6 4s and a 6. Plus that second 6 that he's added just now.
Oh, it's up in there. And we'll be safe.
Yeah, that's poor old Tariq Abbas trying to track that one down. He's not the most nimble of fielders, the big man, and he really had no chance of getting close to that one.
We'll look to get 2 runs. And better safe than sorry. It puts Scott Mara on strike. He will get his first few runs in during this innings.
Scott Mara fresh off a match-winning 96 against South Africa. Fantastic innings that was. He'll have to play a different role today.
And he's off the mark. He'll try to get 2. Bit of misfielding there. Peter Bayer thinking that he's got the ball.
It's actually Cook. I thought it was
Cook?
Peter Bayer, but it's Cook. I'm not sure what his first name is.
I'll check for you. Jason Cook.
There you go.
That's a good shot. A good 1 run only. That's the end of the over. So New Zealand having completed 41 overs and currently at 274 for a loss of 3, and 1 batsman has retired. That's Hardeep Singh. So Hardeep Singh retiring after hitting a blistering 89 of 52 deliveries. And let's hope he'll be okay and fine to fulfill his role as wicketkeeper later today in New Zealand's innings.
Well, let's be honest, New Zealand have enough runs here. UAE aren't going to chase this down. I don't see why Hardeep should be fielding. I know New Zealand don't really have a third wicketkeeper. Hardeep's the backup. But I think they should just find someone who can keep. Hardeep is such an important part of this New Zealand team. Just let the guy rest. Even if they have to field with 10, get him right for the semi-final.
That would be the sensible approach. Look, whatever happens today, New Zealand will still be leading the log, and very good chance of them playing against Australia next week. the next match. So I totally agree with you. They should be considering to rest Hardeep. Batsman gets back in time for that one. Good running between the wickets. Oh, that's a big shot.
Chance of a catch.
It
Fielder
is
takes
a
it.
beautiful catch.
Well taken by the big man out on the boundary. I think that might be Jason Cook,
that
was
is
it?
Sasi Daran. Peter.
Anyway, whoever
Is
it
that
is,
Peter
it's the
Bayer?
end of a fine innings from Greg Johnson, reaching his century and trying to accelerate the scoring. Slogs that one out to the long boundary at mid-wicket, and the catch is taken, so the end of a fine innings from Greg Johnson, his second century in this tournament. 109 he scored, gets a very well-deserved warm round of applause. Excellent innings. He anchored it right from the start. Things were pretty tricky early on. There was swing and seam and inconsistent bounce, but he looked confident and comfortable right the way through, and hit 6 fours and 2 sixes, and he managed to score at a rate of just under 100, which is quite exceptional given the circumstances. So another wicket falls for New Zealand, 277 for 4 they are now.
Yeah, and Ben Rapson joins Scott Mora at the crease, and I think UAE will want this partnership not to solidify by any means, but it's a pretty high score for them to chase in their own innings. So,
And
New
probably
Zealand-
bad news, sorry,
yeah, New Zealand pretty much looking in the driving seat here, everything in their favour.
yeah, bad news for UAE is that Ben Rapson is a big hitter. He hit 9 sixes in one innings against Wales. And Scott Mara is also capable of clearing the boundary, so we could be in
Yeah.
for some fireworks in these last 3.5 overs.
I think New Zealand can comfortably notch past 300 at this stage. They've come very comfortably do so. It's been a very enjoyable team to watch during this tournament, New Zealand. Enjoyed their batting and their bowling.
Yeah, they've scored their runs quickly. The bowlers have been fun to watch as well. So I've enjoyed watching all their games.
Oh! UAE's wicketkeeper hungry for a stumping. What do you call them? Rafia? Rafula?
Rafiula,
Rafiula?
or just Rafi will do.
Rafi?
That's his nickname. Alright, Zar Khan's going to bowl his 6th over. 1 for 38 he has so far. Hasn't been able to stem the flow of runs. The only bowler who's got an economy rate under 5 is Rehan Khan, but he only bowled 3 overs. And things aren't going to get much easier for Zar. Another change in the field from Rafaela. He does like a tinker, this guy. He's always changing the field almost every ball. Mara lined that one up, just got a bit of a thick inside edge. And the rather ungainly figure of Tariq Abbas comes in and does another awkward piece of fielding. I think he threw that one off the wrong foot, actually. As that wind picks up again, blowing into our faces.
And I think
Into
that
the-
wind, the good job we can do now is to drive the outfield out further. Oh, that's a
Ben
big
Rapson
shot.
uses the wind to his advantage, hoisting the ball into the trees. His first 6 of the day.
Big shot. Effortlessly swinging that bat, getting that big hit in.
Yeah, Ben Rapson, he's a big unit, and when he puts everything behind a shot, there's a good chance it's going to clear the boundary, as it did 9 times against Wales. First time today against the UAE.
Already he's got a strike rate of 200, but that was an unbelievable delivery by Abbas. Not Abbas, it's Khan, Zar Khan.
Yeah, it's just a slower ball, and Ben Rapson didn't pick it up. Short, hoisted away again.
And stopped by the fielder, they'll get in for 1 only.
Not short, not short. Stop. Short. Go. Pull, pull.
That's another. Oh, and
Caught on the boundary.
catch.
So it was short again, and Scott Mara has slogged it out to mid-wicket where the fielder did not have to move. All he had to do was put his hands up reverse cup, and the ball went flying into them. So that's the end of Scott Mara, who has a short stay at the crease, manages 6. And New Zealand lose their 5th wicket now. Getting closer to that 300 mark and losing a few death overs wickets, which is normal.
That brings. I don't think I've seen this guy, Johan Lemaitre. Is that him at the crease?
Joan Lemaitre, yes,
Joan Lemaitre.
he's played a few games in the tournament, hasn't played a major role yet. He's more of an off spinner, so that's where he'll play his most important role today. For now, I think he'll just try and bunt the singles around, get Ben Rapson on strike. He's not a big hitter, Lemaitre.
So the last wicket lost by Scott Mara, caught by Ranjit Nair off the bowling of Zar Khan. And wasting no time to get started.
Batsmen out today for New Zealand: Leighton Parsons for 15, James Marshall for 13, Nick Horsley for 28. Then a big partnership between Greg Johnson and Hardeep Singh. Hardeep Singh retired on 89 finally, off just 52 balls. Greg Johnson reached his 100 and was then caught for 109, and then Scott Mara coming and going for 6.
back onto the attack. Ben Rapson facing him, and that's a big shot down the boundary.
4 more for Rapson. Now, I don't think this can be Sudbana because he's bowled 9 overs.
There must be a fault on the scoring sheet then.
It's number 8. It's Biju Pillai, who opened the bowling.
Okay. That's being corrected.
Similar stature. And he's bowling off spin now. That's what might have confused you. He was bowling medium pace to start.
So all in all, New Zealand can be very happy with the outing to Western Province Cricket Club today, and certainly putting up a decent score. And UAE is going to have a very tough time out there against the bowling attack of New Zealand. I think Jeremy Wiley.
Jerem. There's no Y in Jerem.
Is there?
Yeah, they've made a mistake on the thing, which we'd like to have corrected if possible. It's Jerem Wiley. Anyway. Yeah, it's an unusual name, Jerem, but yeah, no Y in it. Yeah, he's one of the bowlers, you're right.
Good
and
to know.
Paddy Sullivan and Adam Hastelow will do the bulk of the pace bowling.
Yeah, and of course Ben Rapson also out there. So yeah, New Zealand is a very, very good position today. Johan, he seems to have either tripped over something or pulled, but he's
yeah, another injury for this New Zealand team. It's a long tournament and a lot of games in a short period of time, so for the second time today we're seeing a New Zealand batsman helped off the field.
They just win a swift turn and a pull.
One of the things that the New Zealand guys were saying is that these outfields here in South Africa, being sand-based, a lot of them, makes it heavy, it makes it quite hard to run on. So there's been a lot of quad injuries and...
Return. He fell during his return back to the crease. So,
oh yes, we can see there he is
he may have
twisted an ankle or something, or an Achilles.
Not looking very good there. Hopefully he doesn't have to field today. It's just that the medics will take the cautionary route and let him sit out. I don't know too much about that player. Is there any information you can give us about him in terms of batting and fielding?
Who, Lemaitre?
Yes.
Well, as I said, he's an off spinner, so he would have probably looked to bowl 9 overs of off spin today. It looks unlikely now. Adam Hastelow is the new man at the wicket. 2 Christchurch boys at the crease, Hastelow and Rapson.
This is New Zealand's 44th over, so inching closer to that 300. And there's no reason for them to be taking any risks right now. And I'm sure Jim Morrison will be encouraging New Zealand to make the right decisions in regards to who they put out in the field today, given that there's 2 injuries with 2 key individuals. That's a big shot up in the air. Feel they can't get there on time and they'll go for 2 runs. So Adam Hastelow getting off the mark there. And if you've just joined, we've had 2 of New Zealand's batsmen retire due to injury, one of them being Hardeep Singh after scoring a blistering 89 of 52 deliveries, and the second being Johan Lemaitre, who has just scored 2 runs after having an uncomfortable fall and pull on his what seems like a twisted ankle. So at this stage, not sure if he will be in the starting lineup for New Zealand during their innings. Some encouragement from Jason Cook on the boundary line, shouting the last few instructions to Zarkhan. And the score right now, New Zealand's reached their 300 with a loss of 5 and 2 batsmen retired due to injury. It's a big shot down the boundary, but there's sufficient fielders to prevent a third run. And there's Ben Rapson safe, no run out for him. So New Zealand in a commanding position. And UAE is going to have a very tough time chasing down any score over 300. At the same time, New Zealand will have their work cut out for them, as they may potentially have to sit out Hardeep Singh for this innings, for the UAE innings. And it looks like spin bowler Johan Lemaitre may not get to see the field today for any bowling action. That's a big shot down, and they'll only get 2 runs. Oh, just a single. There's about 9 balls left for this innings, and New Zealand will be hoping to get to 320 at the very least. Zarkhan bowling to Rapson, and if anything, UAE will want to restrict New Zealand. Just a rundown of the wickets lost today. 5 wickets lost by New Zealand. Leighton Parsons, James Marshall, Nick Horsley, Scott Mara, and the 2 men currently at the crease has been Rapson and Adam Hastilo. Both bowlers for New Zealand, very good all-rounders. And we have 2 batsmen from New Zealand that retired hurt. One is a very key player for New Zealand's Hardeep Singh and Johan Lemaitre. Both quite key in terms of bowling, and that's a big shot. Umpire indicates that will be a 6. So New Zealand will have to be very careful on their decisions they make and who they send out for their bowling attack. And it will be interesting if Hardeep Singh gets the go-ahead to fulfill the wicket-keeping duties today, because the usual suspect that fulfills that role will not be on duty today. Bo Dench is taking a rest today, and New Zealand doesn't really have a third individual to take over wicket-keeping duties. However, they'll have to be creative today if they want to save Hardeep Singh for the semi-finals, which is quite possibly against Australia next week. If the table standings today remains the same, which we think it will, they need to reserve Hardeep Singh for the bigger match coming up against Australia and not take any more chances right now against UAE. So final score right now is New Zealand putting up a 310, quite a big score for this ground, and UAE will need to chase and put 3 in answer with 311. Let's see what they can do during their innings. It will not be an easy feat. New Zealand has proved to be fairly potent in their bowling attack, but despite the fact that one of their bowlers have injured themselves during this innings. So we'll be taking a lunch break, so join us in the next hour for live broadcasting from Western Province Cricket Club. brought to you by Pitch Vision Technology. And we're looking forward to some action cricket here at the grounds. And we've managed to stave off any rain bouts, so we don't expect any more rain for the rest of the day. So if you are in the vicinity, please, it is a Sunday afternoon, if you've got the time, please come down to the grounds and support the teams. Welcome back to the live broadcast from Western Province Cricket Club, New Zealand versus United Arab Emirates. New Zealand, having won the toss, decided to bat and put up a hefty total of 310. Means UAE needs to chase 311. And just an update on 2 injuries in the New Zealand team, Hardeep Singh and his fellow bowling colleague Juan Lemaitre, who has both retired hurt during the New Zealand innings, so they will not be participating during the fielding and will sit out the UAE innings and recuperate. It's very important for them to be fit and rearing to go during their semi-final, which at this moment looks like they might be meeting Australia, as today is the last day of the playoffs for all teams. So very essential that they rest their key players and allow them to recuperate. So taking over the wicket-keeping duties for today will be Leighton Parsons, and Beau Dench, the usual wicket-keeper for New Zealand, will be also sitting out this match, as he has not joined the team on this outing today, although he is present at the grounds. First off, we have Simon Murphy coming in from the Newlands end. Sobana on strike. See, good choice of putting Ben Rapson in one of the slip positions. Some extra support there for Leighton Parsons. It's not his usual role he plays in the team. And big shot there by New Zealand. Umpire Peter Tate not moved by that appeal. And for the time being, the score remains 1 for the loss of none. So the batsman at the crease is Sudesh Sobana and Rafulia Sayed. Sudesh is one of the all-rounders of the UAE team, and Rafi, as he is known, is the wicket-keeper for UAE. Both known to be quite effective with the bat. UAE not so successful in restricting New Zealand as much as they would have hoped, and would now left chasing 311. The outfield would have dried slightly from this morning, so the ball will be moving a little bit faster on the outfield. It depends, that's a wide, and the ball moving fast on the outfield depends on whether the batsman's able to find those gaps. There's a currently power play in place, so only 3 fielders allowed on the outer circle in the outfield, and after the 15th over an additional fielder will be allowed outside that area, and after the 30th over a total of 5 fielders allowed further out in the outfield. And this proves to be a fairly economical over by Simon Murphy. Wind picking up slightly here at Western Province Cricket Club. It's rather chilly, but don't think the cloud cover will be any threat to the match continuing. No rain predicted for the rest of the day. That's a good shot, and that will be UAE's first boundary. Second boundary. One delivery remaining of this over. Very good delivery by Simon Murphy. Unfortunately for him, Simon Murphy's had a rather expensive over. The looks of it, change in bowling attack. Looks like Paddy Sullivan coming in from the commentators' end. Rafi facing. Oh, wide. Is that Adam? Adam Hastillo. Is that Adam Hastillo there? Who's taking over the... We can keep it... Leighton Parsons. Yeah, Leighton Parsons being very agile there behind the wicket. Looks like it's second nature to him. Oh, big appeal by New Zealand. Unmoved. Umpire Mohoroshi is unmoved. And New Zealand seem very convinced there. There's a possible LBW, and fortunately for them, it's UAE is still safe. Score right now, we're in UAE's second over, and they 11 for no loss. Fairly economical over from Paddy Sullivan thus far. Only conceded 2 runs. And that's the over. So Suresh Sabana, current strike rate of 100. And Rafulia said, aka Rafi, only managed one run thus far after facing 4 deliveries. Currently facing Simon Murphy. It's a big shot. Straight onto the boundary, but it'll stop just short. They'll comfortably get 2 runs. Paddy Sullivan shouting some words of encouragement there to his fellow bowler. That's neatly tucked away, and it'll be just short of the boundary. Again, they only get 2 runs. Wind picking up. It's getting very chilly. Still a lot of clouds up in the air. Grey clouds forming, but no threat to the cricket right now. And wicketkeeper Parsons nipping that ball. And that's very good shot. 4 more for UAE. Brings their score to 16 without loss. Simon Murphy's economy rate not what New Zealand would want. Fairly expensive at the moment at 10.8. He'll need to amend his bowling tactic, and the fielders put on more pressure on the batsman. A half-hearted shot by Rapson. It's not going to fly with the umpire. Good throw in by Sullivan. And the required run rate by UAE is just under 7 runs per over. They need to score additional 291 runs off 254 balls, and they would do so well to start this batting machine within the next 10 overs. And there we go, another boundary for them. Yeah, they'll need to get this partnership going and build on it for the next 10 to 15 overs. Both batsmen at the crease have a fairly decent strike rate. Rafi at 100 and Sudesh at 133. Paddy Sullivan joining the batting attack, and immediately that will be a dot ball. That's a good shot. It'll not make the boundary. Perry has not been too successful in his outing today, or for that matter against South Africa on Friday. He bowled 8 overs and conceded 40 runs, no wickets. I think he wants to change things today. There's an opportunity here against UAE. Yeah, Paddy has not taken any wickets during this tournament at all. Roshan getting some attention from a family member. That'll be single only. Last delivery for this over. And that's smacked away to the boundary. UAE will collect another 4 runs. And the bowling will change. Coming in from the Newlands end. Looks like James Marshall, Captain James Marshall, taking over the bowling attack from Sullivan. And Rafi on strike, facing the skipper. It looks like that's not Captain James Marshall. Simon Murphy. It appeared the captain was just playing with the ball there a bit, making us all think that he's joining the bowling attack. I think he's just close by giving some advice to the bowler. That's a good shot. Up in the air. Is that a catch? Very good chase down by the fielder. Seems like he have just missed that catch. Leighton Parsons doing an excellent job as wicketkeeper. Surely making up for his innings early on when he was caught LBW. Managed only 15 runs, and that's neatly tucked away. That's another. And New Zealand not able to contain UAE at the moment, and they need to get going. There's quite a few runs to chase. It's currently their 5th over, 35 for no loss. And the slips are ready for action. You'd have seen them bounce the minute that ball hit the bat. Fairly agile, this grouping. Oh, they missed that catch. Oh, Phil will have to chase that and stop it shortly before the boundary. Unfortunately not successful. And good on Rafi for finding that gap. He can be fairly prolific with that bat of his. So, one of the key catchers in the UAE team. Definitely not someone New Zealand should be underestimating. Just out of interest, Sudesh Shavana is the second leading batter in the tournament right now, having already scored, by the looks of it, 293 runs thus far in this tournament. So two very accomplished batsmen at the crease right now for UAE. Paddy back in the bowling attack for New Zealand. And he still needs to take a wicket during this tournament. No, he's got to run for it. Ball's going to go all the way, and it is. Very well done, UAE. Good on you, Rafi. So let's just look in at the other matches taking place in Group B. South Africa playing India at the Durbanville Cricket Club. So India during the innings managed to notch up to 121, and South Africa is yet to score. And Wales all bowled all out 121. Sri Lanka currently 58 for 3 in their 13th over. I think things are looking better for them than it did against India on Friday. And looking at Group A's matches for today, England has managed to restrict Canada and they were all out 128. And England is currently in the 20th over at 96 for 1 loss. And I think they may be able to declare victory in the next 10 overs. Namibia versus USA. Namibia could only put on 133 runs, and the USA is currently at 81 for a loss of 2. Could go either way. That's all dependent whether Namibia can restrict the USA and get those wickets falling. All in all, it's not much of a shift in the points order, and as the scores are now on the leaderboards, it looks like England will be facing South Africa and New Zealand will be facing Australia, the neighbours. Be interesting to see who battles out the other spots in the elimination rounds. So plenty of cricket still remaining. Nice shot. Unfortunately, the ball stopped just short of the boundary. This partnership's building up quite nicely. Currently 46 runs. And 4 away from 50. Both batsmen got exceptional striking rates at the moment. Sudesh at 111 and Rafi at 104. So in comparison to New Zealand, at this stage New Zealand had already lost a wicket, and UAE is at a slightly higher run rate and having scored more than 37 runs at this stage and having no loss of any wickets. So they'll want to maintain that and skip well past 100. That doesn't mean that New Zealand's bowling attack won't become more potent. We've got Ben Rapson still out there, needing to start his bowling for the day. Oh my word, what a delivery. And that's the over. UAE at 48 runs, no loss. 7 overs completed. Oh, that would have been a run out. At Sudish safely back at the crease, and run out not that effective. Missed the stumps. Oh, and he's gone. And the first wicket for UAE falls. Just as this partnership was heading towards 50. And UAE will do well to get the run rate up and be more careful with their shots going forward. So first wicket there for Paddy Sullivan, the first of the tournament. I think he'd be very happy about his outing today. So UAE in the 8th over, 48 for the loss of 1, having just lost a wicket. So that says goodbye to Rafi, who's now replaced by Ranjith Nair. So Ranjith Nair has not had a lot of opportunities to bat. Having played 4 matches, he's only brought 38 runs to the table. Not sure of his capabilities overall. Oh, huge appeal by New Zealand. Umpire Mohoroshi not convinced at all. And this shows different, yeah.
Number 1 is the skipper. Number 2 is the captain. She is the wrong one out. Sorry, she is the wrong one out. This is right now.
Yeah.
He is out. And there's the skipper still betting.
Okay.
Is that right?
Last delivery for Paddy Sullivan, celebrating his first wicket of the tournament during this over. Nair facing him. It'll be a dot ball, and that's the end of the over. After 8 overs, UAE is 48 for the loss of 1. That wicket that's been lost was Sudish Sobana. probably UAE's best chance of getting that run rate up. Caught by Ben Rapson and bowled by Paddy Sullivan. Ben Rapson, of course, an excellent all-rounder. Powerful with the bat, potent with his bowling, and great fielder as well. Bowler just losing his momentum there in his run-up, and he has to start again. It'll be new bowler to the bowling attack, Adam Hastelow. Adam Hastelow has not been very economical in his last match against South Africa. Economy rate of 7. It's a big shot up in there to make it to cross the boundary. Excellent work by the fielder, denying UAE that boundary. So Adam Hastelow, I think we'll be looking forward to adding more to his wicket haul, having only managed 2 wickets during the entire tournament. 1 during his last match against South Africa. I need one to guard against not being so economical today. Did not do well against South Africa. And that brings up the 51 for UAE, reaching their first 50. UAE will be taking every gap they can, every single, not wasting the deliveries. Strike rate of batsmen currently at 96 for Rafi and 33 for Nair. It's another boundary for UAE. UAE is in a good position right now, and their run rate has been much higher than New Zealand at this stage and the previous few overs. I think the best they can do is to hold on to their wickets and get a few more big shots in. And who knows, we may be in for a surprise upset. Yeah, another loss there for UAE. And Nair not making much of an impact while he was at the crease. And New Zealand getting that breakthrough that they want. And Rafi getting some hydrating substance here from a colleague. So Vijay Mehra, who also happens to be the team manager, will be joining them at the crease. So Vijay Mehra having played in 4 matches and only completed 3 innings thus far. Managed only 28 runs for the entirety of this tournament. So it certainly doesn't reflect his abilities with the bat. And let's hope that he can form a good partnership with Rafi. Take them well beyond 100. And make a big impact during the next 10 overs. In the 10th over of UAE, 56 for a loss of 2. The last batsman to be dismissed was Ranjith Nair, caught by Leighton Parsons. Stand-in wicketkeeper for New Zealand and bowled by Paddy Sullivan, his second wicket of the tournament. That is one hell of a catch. It was missed by New Zealand. I'll be sorry about that, but Paddy Sullivan nonetheless happy with his over, collecting another wicket. And he'll be happy with his 2 wickets collected today, the first for him in this tournament. He's running back to his position on the boundary. Okay, Adam Hastido back in the bowling attack. Vijay Mehra facing. sun finally coming out a bit, making it a little bit less chilly here at the Western Province Cricket Club. If you are in the vicinity, please drop by. There's still plenty of cricket to be had, and if you're in Durbanville and Groot Drakenstein, drop in there as well as the nearby cricket grounds at Claremont Cricket Club. That's a big shot in the air. It'll be safe though, and just short of a boundary. Barry Sullivan fired up by his recent wicket taking, shouting some encouragement to his fellow teammates, encouraging his fellow bowler Andy Hastillo. Oh, another catch for wicketkeeper Leighton Parsons, doing a brilliant job today for New Zealand as a replacement wicketkeeper, and New Zealand gets another scalp. And things decidedly looking very different now for UAE. And New Zealand has smelled blood and they are going after the kill, one after the other. It's like watching an orca doing a hunt. Now we see Sasidaran, Hare Krishna and Sasidaran coming on. Oh, it looks like they're sending Peter Bayer on. Is he not 10?
Let me check.
So it's another loss for UAE, and currently the score is standing at 59 for the loss of 3. And Adam Hastillo collecting his first wicket of the match. Peter Bayer joining Rafi at the crease. Seems like shirt numbers have changed over, and Peter Bayer is now number 10. So Leighton Parsons proving quite successful and useful for New Zealand today. Initially it would have been Hardeep Singh that would have taken over the wicket-keeping duties from Bo Dench, who's sitting out today's match. And unfortunately Hardeep Singh had to retire injured during the New Zealand innings. And almost. And New Zealand did the smart thing then, making the decision to have Hardeep Singh sit out this UAE innings and allowing him to recuperate and prepare for the semi-final, which might quite possibly be against Australia next week, and making the smart decision to also sit out Justin Lemaitre. Good decision using Parsons as wicketkeeper. He's taken 2 catches thus far for New Zealand. New Zealand taking themselves very seriously out there in the field, not wanting to allow a single. Ben Rapson looking very restless in his position in slip. I think he wants to get going, and one wonders when the captain James Marshall will decide to add him to the bowling lineup. So last ball for Andy Hastillo. Can be happy with these results this over. That's a wide. I'm surprised umpire does not call that one a wide. So bowling figures for New Zealand. Paddy Sullivan looking very different. His economy rate dropped down to 3.20 after having taken 2 wickets and only conceding 16 runs, and he's back in the bowling attack, and Captain James Marshall certainly hoping he strikes again, and Paddy just have to restart himself there after losing some pace and momentum in his run-up. The most expensive bowler thus far, Simon Murphy, at an economy rate of 8. It's a good shot, and he'll get a single for that one only. That's a very good shot. Looks like it's a boundary, and I'll be happy about that one. And referee's about 17 runs away from his 50. Let's hope he can stick around long enough to realize that. Peter Bayer yet to have to get a mark. Peter Bayer, after facing 5 deliveries, have got no runs to show for that. So, seeing a lot of comments here on the live feed, and people wanting Peter to get going, saying, "Let's go, Peter. Show them what you've got." And I think the people on the live stream know something we don't. Obviously, Peter's got a few hidden shots within himself, so let's see what he's got. Hopefully, he sticks around long enough for us to see how powerful he can be with a bat. Referee back on strike with Paddy Sullivan finishing off his over, 2 deliveries remaining. And that looks like another boundary, and it is. Good job, referee. Now, Peter Bayer, not too bad of an outing for UAE during this tournament, having played 4 matches, completed 3 innings, managed to score a total of 101 runs during this tournament. So all in all, his vital statistics looking a little bit better than the person that he replaced. And that person being Vijay Mehra. So one gets to see why the people on the live stream are backing Peter to start going with a bat. Adam Astilo back on the attack. Rafi still on strike. I'll get a single for that one. And looks like that was a confirmed boundary for UAE. Unfortunately, Peter is still not on strike. Brings Rafi to 38 of 32 deliveries, current strike rate of 118. Oh, big shot by the fielders and the bowler. Yeah, umpire Peter Tate not moved by that appeal. For now, referee is safe. Whoa, that's a big hit. Can the fielder get there? And it's Paddy Sullivan, sorry. Good thing Paddy Sullivan is where he is. Managed to stave off a possible boundary. The Western Province Cricket Club, not only the home of cricket and many other sports, but also the home of dogs. And seems like most of the cricket grounds of this tournament are fairly dog friendly, and we have regular canine visitors to the field, even during matches. They're not perturbed by the action here at all. Rather interested in reading letters left by the dogs. So UAE after 13 overs is 76 for loss and loss of 3, and those wickets that have gone is Sudesh Sobana, caught by Ben Rapson, bowled by Paddy Sullivan, and he only managed 20 of 21 balls, and Ranjith Nair, caught by Leighton and bowled by Paddy Sullivan, only managed 2 runs, and Vijay Mehra, caught by Leighton Parsons and bowled by Adam Astilo, only managed 3 runs. Oh, that is a missed catch there. Another boundary there for UAE, bringing them to 80. And for those of you not in the know, Bo Dench has been sat out for this match, and his role would have been fulfilled by Hardeep Singh. However, Hardeep Singh had to retire injured during the New Zealand innings, having injured his leg and quite possibly either a muscle injury there, leg spasm. So he will be sitting out the rest of the match, recuperating for the semi-final coming up next week, as today is the last day of all round robin matches for this tournament. That's why we have Leighton Parsons taking over the duties as wicket-keeper, and he's done an excellent job for New Zealand thus far. Paddy Sullivan on attack and doing the fielding off his own bowling. See, there was an overzealous prediction by someone on the stream saying UAE can win by 8 wickets, and unfortunately that's not going to happen given the current status of things, of having UAE already lost 3 of their wickets. So Rafi is about 7 runs away from his 50. He's currently on strike for Barry Sullivan, who has decidedly done very well during this innings of UAE, collecting his first 2 wickets of the tournament. He's certainly feeling very fired up inside, hoping to get another. So we are joined here by UAE's Ranjit Nair, who recently got himself caught by Leighton Parsons and bowled by Paddy Sullivan, and he's joining us here for a little bit of a chat. So not so much of a good day out there for you.
Yeah, we can see that like it's not it's actually a good day for us. We bowled really well. New Zealand was on top of the list, but we managed to pull them back. But in the last 10 overs, I think they have accelerated a little bit more.
And the wicket out there today, I've heard something about it's not that easy as it looks. It's more challenging, and there seems to be smallish craters on either end of the 2 stumps.
Yeah. On this side, and when there is striker is there, it's a little bit of patches over there, so it's not easy for the bowler as well, for the batsman also.
Let's see.
But if you look at the wicket, it's really good to bat on. But New Zealand has put a little bit of pressure on taking a couple of wickets on patches.
Yeah, so Rafi is probably looking to get this partnership going with Peter Bayer. They're currently at 21, and Rafi himself is 7 away from his first 50. Is there anything you can tell us about Rafi that would make a material difference here for UAE?
Absolutely. Rafi is an aggressive player. No matter the situation he plays, his natural game. His natural game is attacking. So definitely, it will be a positive for us. And if you talk about Peter is a very strong lad. If he stays in, he can make us through the line.
Oh, that's a good delivery. I think Paddy Sullivan's feeling very fired up. He's taken his first 2 wickets of the tournament during this match.
You serious?
Yes.
And me and Sudesh was a culprit on that. But he bowled really well with the nice channels, and he's taking the ball sometimes in and sometimes out.
Yeah, I think there's quite a few talented players on the New Zealand team, and I'm quite impressed by Leighton Parsons having done the wicket-keeping duties so well.
Right.
As you would know, Hardeep Singh retired injured, and he would have done the wicket-keeper duties
Right.
for New Zealand. And
as I understand, their first wicket-keeper is also injured. Hardeep was asked to keep.
yeah, I don't know.
He got also injured in between.
Don't have details about that right now. But Bodench is at the grounds, but they said unfortunately he's not going to take the field today, even if Hardeep can't make it. And I saw Leighton warming up earlier on during lunch. He's proved to be quite an asset. So at this stage during the New Zealand innings. As you can see, if you look at the worm, they're almost neck and neck in terms of performance, and each having lost 2 wickets by this stage. At UAE doing slightly better than New Zealand in terms of runs, just nipping it by about 2 or 3 runs.
Right.
So who knows? There might be a big upset somewhere. Yeah.
So
there is a good
we
partnership, and they can hold it for the next 10 overs. It can prove to be the difference. And I think we've completed 15 overs, and we'll take a short drinks break. UAE currently 82 for the loss of 3. And Rafi 6 runs away from his 50. This partnership is currently at 23. And New Zealand will be allowed 1 extra fielder outside the inner circle. This first portion of the power play coming to an end. And after the 30th over, they'll be allowed a total of 5 players outside the inner circle. So, is there anything else you can tell us about the batting lineup of UAE? Because there's not much information out there available about them outside of the tournament, so we don't know the history of everyone, and we know all of you come from different areas in the UAE and outside the UAE.
Most of the players are from India and Pakistan.
India, Pakistan, and South Africa, and then I've heard one of you is based in Hong Kong.
Yeah, the opening bowler, Zarkhan, he is based out of Hong Kong.
Yes.
He has got a business in Dubai as well. So he keeps on going, Hong Kong, Dubai. He plays a major role. When you talk about the 4 South Africans, we have 4 South Africans in our squad. One of them is batting currently, and we have 2 more coming in. Jason is one. He's a good batter, top of the order. But unfortunately, because we have so many players on the top of the order, so the captain doesn't have got much choice, so I had to keep him down.
Okay.
Then you have Roshan. Roshan is another South African, very good batsman. Then we have a power hitter in Rahan Khan and Biju. Both are decent power hitters. So if this partnership can go around 30 over, then I believe we have a still chance.
That's what I said. There might be a slight chance for an upset. New Zealand hasn't placed all their bowlers out on the attack yet. Ben Rapson's still there, and I'm sure Captain James Marshall wants to try something himself, as well as Farhan Mirza.
Right.
So let's see. Anything can happen out there. It is cricket.
Right. That's why we love the game of cricket.
And you know what? It's quite enjoyable seeing men over 40 still so fit that they can put on a competitive display.
Absolutely. And in our playing 11 today, we have Rafi. He is at the age of 58. He is so fit. Vijay is 62. He is playing the game. Hari, he is 57. Biju, 58. So we have so many 50 plus players. Even myself, I'm 48. I'm bowling medium pace. It's not easy to bowl medium pace at this age. We have mostly on a couple of players around 40s, early 40s. Sudhish is one, Roshan is the one. Rest all are like about 45, 50, 55. Because of the passion we are playing cricket.
Yeah, you're certainly passionate about it, and we're very grateful for you showing up authentically, you know, regardless of your age group that you fall in. And we've got Nick Smith coming on now for the bowling from the commentator's end, and Rafi is facing. Wind's picking up again. It's bringing a little bit of chill. Every now and then the sun hides behind the clouds.
All right.
So have you experienced the bowling of Nick Smith before yourself?
Not that. This is the first time we are playing against each other.
Oh, okay.
I heard he's a quality left-arm spinner.
Oh. Smith keeping it very tight with his bowling. And the umpire is unmoved.
He's bowling on the right channels. Inviting Rafi for 4 shot.
You see there's a lot of comments there on the streaming about Peter, and they're saying that he can do it for UAE, and
Yeah,
a lot of people backing Peter.
He's a powerful young, as I said, like, and it's not, he's a very powerful hitter. He favors the mid-wicket region.
And Nick Smith having a good over thus far, not conceding any runs. I think Captain James Marshall should be very happy with that over. Nick Smith made an over. Rapson. One of my colleagues here referred to him as Big Ben Rapson. And there's a reason why it's called that. If you've seen him in person, you'll know why. And if your ball has met his bat on the field and he's hit you for a 6 or 2, you'll know why too. It's good in the field, and now he's going to get ready with the ball. Ben Rapson already had 3 innings, 2 innings, 2 completed innings during 3 matches, and he's already taken 2 wickets. He hasn't bowled that much.
Often, right? Often for New Zealand.
Pardon?
He doesn't bowl often for New Zealand.
He is an all-rounder, but I think it depends on how many times the captain decides to bring him in. I've watched him while he was in the slip earlier on, and he was feeling restless and itching. I think this is what he wanted. Like, captain, just give me that opportunity to take the ball. UAE after completing 16 overs, 82 for no loss. That's very good. Good fielding. Leighton Parsons very fast with that stumping. Getting some practice into, I suppose. Wind is picking up here at the Western Province Cricket Club. Stronger than this morning. In the bowling attack is Ben Rapson. Been very good thus far at restricting UAE. current run rate required by UAE is 8 runs per over. Requiring 229 runs off 171 balls, with still 7 wickets in hand. And this looks set to be a maiden over for Ben Rapson.
Is it a maiden over? Yeah.
So, very good bowling by Big Ben Rapson. Suppose if you can't get a wicket, then you need to restrict the running.
Right. I think New Zealand is doing a good job at the moment. Continuously 2 maidens, right?
Yeah, they've had 2
Continuous.
maiden
Back-to-back
overs.
maidens.
Yes, 2 back-to-back maidens. That's it. Nick Smith had a maiden over previously. So this puts Rafi back on strike. There's Peter Bayer back on strike, rather. Rafi's 5 runs away from his 50. That's a good shot. I think between Peter and Rafi, they'll do a good job of just getting the runs ticking over slowly but consistently, not losing that momentum. Otherwise, that run rate will spike. So if you enjoyed your time thus far in Cape Town, your first time in South Africa?
No, this is my second time in South Africa. I come here for business in Joburg a couple of years back. For cricket, this is the first time in South Africa.
It's a good shot. And the batsman gets here, the fielder gets here in time. So have your team done any interesting outings outside of cricket? Or have you just been focusing on training and...
Not really at this age, we need to relax as well. So we, on our off days, we went to different places in Cape Town.
So what have you visited thus far?
We visited the Table Mountain one day, and we visited Cape of
Cape of Good Hope?
Cape of Good Hope, and then we visited some Aquila Safari.
Ah yes. Did you manage to see any lions while you were there? Because usually they hide away.
We managed to see 4 lions.
Oh, you're very lucky. Last time I was there, they left the previous night and they hadn't returned yet.
Right.
Unless they were camouflaging between the bushes.
Okay.
So you were very lucky. And you saw any leopards?
We didn't see any leopards.
Okay.
We see some elephants, rhinos, hippos, giraffes.
Yeah, so we probably zebras as well.
Yeah, zebras as well.
Yeah. Had any braais? I heard all the teams, most of the teams as well, Namibia and South Africa's had braais, and Sri Lanka on Friday evening as well. So is UAE planning a braai?
No, so far we didn't have.
You don't like braais? Tonight and tomorrow evening's a perfect time.
Oh,
you
really?
can relax.
He's keeping it tight, bowling on the right channels.
I think he's getting a kick out of it as well. Big Ben Rapson. Oh!
He's getting a little bit of drift.
Good deliveries by Ben Rapson, all-rounder from New Zealand. set to be another maiden over for Ben Rapson. So Ben Rapson conceding very little thus far, only 2 runs off 10 balls, 11 balls rather. And they'll nip through for 1 single.
I'll make a move over there.
What?
I will make a move over there.
Okay. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
We've had the pleasure of having
Ranjit,
Nair from UAE.
thank you so much.
Thank you so much for joining us for a short stint on the commentary.
Thank you. Thank you.
And let's hope UAE can show us
Some fighting.
some fighting, yes. I think the scoring department is so upset with New Zealand for missing that catch. It's absolutely nerve-wracking for them to observe. They gotta hurry for that one. Captain James Marshall shouting in the outfield, "It's coming, it's coming." And I think he is edging his team on to take another wicket. Telling his team something's coming, something's coming. And Nick Smith out there hoping to get that wicket that his captain wants. Looks like umpire give another wide. Yeah. Oh, Rafi attempting a sweep there. Gets there just in time. So no boundary for UAE. That wraps up the bowling for Nick Smith. After 20 overs, UAE is 94 for the loss of 3. And those 3 wickets that they've lost is Sudesh Sobana at 20 runs, caught by Ben Rapson, bowled by Paddy Sullivan. And Ranjit Nair, caught by Leighton Parsons, bowled by Paddy Sullivan. And the 3rd wicket is Vijay Mehra, caught by Leighton Parsons again, bowled by Adam Hastelow. And at this stage in the innings, the comparison between Sri Lanka and New Zealand is neck on neck. News from Groot Drakenstein is that Sri Lanka has won their 2nd match of the tournament by 5 wickets. Wales having lost out during that match, and Sri Lanka certainly being very pleased with themselves, and they will certainly be focusing on the match of India versus South Africa, hoping that South Africa can decisively beat India and that they might stand a chance in moving up into third position. But that's depending on the net run rate of India and whether they have done better than Sri Lanka at this stage. But for Sri Lanka at least, a very good day out, and let's hope they celebrate with a South African braai. I've been told that the Sri Lankan team has taken to braaiing of late and have firmly adopted South Africa's favorite hobby. And yes, it looks like a run out. Can the umpire confirm or not? Looks like the batsman is safe. Quite a bit of excitement there from the New Zealand camp. They've certainly fired up to go, and Captain James Marshall egging them on all the way. They certainly need to do something out of the ordinary. It looks like there is some medical attention that's required by one of the fielders. Looks like it may be Ben Rapson. I think there was just an edge off his finger or his hand. Can't quite see from here, but medic is on site, giving him the necessary attention. So comparatively at this stage, UAE is trailing slightly behind New Zealand by about 5 or 7 runs in the 21st over. UAE can still be in this to win it, but New Zealand has been unbeaten throughout this tournament and they'll be looking to continue that streak. And UAE will be hoping to pick up another win after they win over Wales on Friday. Wales is currently in a last position in Group B, having lost all their matches. And UAE is currently in 5th. So for them, quite possibly if they could win this match today, they may nudge ahead of Sri Lanka. So between Sri Lanka, India and UAE, they could all possibly move one position down or up, depending on how the UAE and India does today. And we're still waiting on the outcome of the India versus South Africa match. And as you know, the UAE match is still underway. Play has stopped briefly just to ensure that the New Zealand fielders get the necessary medical attention that they need. Medics have been out there for quite a while and we hope it's not too serious. Doesn't look like any of the fielders will be sent off just yet. New Zealand at this stage needs to be very careful how they manage their players at the moment. As it looks right now, it looks like they will be meeting Australia in the semi-finals. I don't think there will be any shifts from this point onwards. England's match is still underway, but no serious upsets there. Even if Australia should win their match today, won't make much difference to the table. So at least for the top 2 of each group, for Group A it being England and Australia, Group B being New Zealand and South Africa, it looks like the one that is second place in Group B will play the number 1 of Group A, and the number 2 of Group A will play the number 1 of Group B. So both England and New Zealand having been successful in this tournament and remaining unbeaten. So Ben Rapson hoping to complete his over. Ben Rapson has got an excellent economy rate thus far of 1.50. One maiden over. He's done a very good job at restricting UAE, having only conceded 4 runs. Ben Rapson continuing his good spell. Excellent sweep, and they'll get a single for that only. So the current run rate required by UAE is just under 9 runs per over. They have 144 balls in which to attain 215 runs. It is doable, but they need to get that run rate to drop. So a few big shots is required by the batsman at the crease. And Syed Rafia, having reached his 50, we'll look forward to just remaining. His partnership with Peter Bayer currently at 38. I think these two would want to stay at the crease for as long as possible and getting a few big hits in. They have to do that to keep this run rate down, otherwise it will become unattainable, and New Zealand may be set to continue their winning streak in this tournament. Another boundary there for UAE. Certainly something they want, and Captain James Marshall from New Zealand not very happy with that. He wants to keep the UAE under pressure and keep that run rate going up. If they're not able to take wickets, they need to restrict. And UAE currently in their 22nd over, 1 delivery remaining from this over of Nick Smith. And at the end of this over, UAE 105 for loss of 3. The wind here at Western Province Cricket Club picking up again. It's quite unpredictable, and I think its main job is to push these clouds over Table Mountain back towards the ocean. And for the next 3 days at least in Cape Town, it's good weather predicted with a top temperature of 35 predicted for next Wednesday. So nice hot weather on its way. I think we've seen the last of the rain earlier this morning. So all in all, good weather for cricket. Another single for UAE. And slight bit of pressure for UAE. Run rate just over 9 runs required. They need to take a few big shots to get that down ASAP. New Zealand looking very relaxed out there in the field, and no rush, not really overly concerned or stressed out. Super cool. Certainly have big match temperament. Enjoying their cricket, as do all the other teams. So very happy to be out here in Cape Town, South Africa for this tournament. We have quite various age ranges in the teams. Over 40, of course, means we've got players in their early 60s also in these teams. So most of these players are late 40s. Oh, there we go, another wicket down. And New Zealand strikes again. So that's what I said. New Zealand as cool as cucumbers. As cool as cucumbers, rather. Sorry for that mispronunciation. And collecting another scalp from UAE. And unfortunately, this partnership that was shaping up nicely between Peter Bayer and Rafi Syed has come to an end. That partnership was valued at 47 runs. And Ben Rapson quite happy to have collected another scalp there from UAE for his team. Looks like Jason Cook might be the next person on. Jason Cook joining the batting lineup for UAE. Jason Cook has not had a very good spell thus far during this tournament. He has played in 3 matches and completed 2 innings. He's only been able to score 7 runs, so we're not too sure what his capability is in regards to the bat, but he's certainly a very good fielder. So after 22 overs, New Zealand is 105. And at the end of the 34th over, UAE has lost 4 wickets thus far, and they are currently at 112. So that seriously, UAE needs to pick up the pace in regards to the runs, because that required run rate has shot up to just above 9 runs required per over, and largely they need to get 10 runs per over for the next while, and they've only got 126 balls left to score 199 runs, and the wickets lost thus far is that of Sudesh Sobana, Rafi Sayed, Ranjith Nair, Vijay Mehra, and who we have at the crease at the moment is Peter Bayer and Jason Cook, and of the two individuals at the crease, Peter Bayer is best placed to take them through and to build on this partnership. Jason Cook has not had a great spell during this tournament, having only scored 7 runs thus far, and we've got Big Ben Rapson back in the bowling attack. He's been fairly economical during this match at the lowest economy rate of the team at 1.62 after taking 1 wicket and only conceding 7 runs. It's a big shot up in the air. Can the fielder get there in time? And he does. Only 1 run for UAE. So the next lowest economy rate of the bowling attack team is Paddy Sullivan at 4.29 after taking 2 wickets and only conceding 30 runs. Ben Rapson doing a very good job there of minimizing the amount of runs he's willing to concede. And New Zealand overall forcing UAE into a very, very high run rate required. And we saw Wales being pushed into a similar position by the UAE on Friday, and at one stage Wales was requiring 14 runs per over, and it looks like the UAE is going to quite possibly be in the receiving end from New Zealand. New Zealand unbeaten in this tournament thus far, and looking to remain unbeaten going into the semi-finals with quite possibly Australia next week. That's the over for Big Ben Rapson. Anyone is in the vicinity of the Western Province Cricket Club and still planning to come down, there's still plenty of cricket to come your way. Bring your family to. Just make sure you cover up. It is rather nippy out here with the wind not dying down and still a large amount of cloud cover, albeit towards the mountainside, and fairly clear otherwise. That's a big pull away. Fielder does not get there in time. That's a boundary for UAE. A much needed one at that. They better run for it. They're looking for a third one. Get it? Overthrow. Will not be brave enough to take that fourth one. Or cheeky rather. We're in the 26th over, and this is Nick Smith bowling to Cook, Jason Cook. Scott Mora rather, flipped like Jason Smith from you, it's Scott Mora, another all-rounder from New Zealand. What an amazing delivery by Scott, and that's the last ball of the over for him. This is the 26th over, and UAE is currently at 123 for the loss of 4. And New Zealand doing a very good job at restricting UAE and forcing the run rate to escalate to almost 10 runs required per over. It's becoming exceedingly difficult for UAE to maintain the run rate, and the runs are just not coming off the overs at the speed at which they would hope. New Zealand having won the toss earlier on in the day and deciding to bat and successfully put on 310 runs for UAE to chase, and not an easy task for UAE right now. New Zealand keeping it very tight out there, both from a bowling and fielding perspective. And the bowlers having a very successful outing today, most especially Paddy Sullivan, who managed to collect his first 2 wickets of the tournament, and those 2 wickets being of Sudesh Sobana and Ranjit Nair. Well, the looks of it, Ben Rapson back in the attack, the most successful bowler in terms of economy rate. He's got the lowest economy rate of the bowling team thus far at 2.13. After bowling 5 overs, this is his 6th over, and he's only conceded 11 runs. Strike rate of both batsmen has dropped considerably, and there's a big shot by Ben Rapson, and umpire Peter Harris is unmoved. Sorry, Peter Tate. Umpire Peter Tate not giving much thought to that appeal by Ben Rapson and his co-fielders. So the strike rate of the batsman has dropped to 52.78 for Peter Bayer and 58.82 for Jason Cook. And they need to start nudging those runs up faster. And that ball goes up in the air. Is there a fielder underneath it? Yes, there is. And another one for Ben Rapson. That's the 2nd wicket for Ben Rapson of the day. And another wicket down for UAE. Is now at 126 for the loss of 5. And New Zealand being as cool as cucumbers out there, firmly in the driving seat, calm and collected, and well on their way at maintaining their winning streak for this tournament and remaining at the top of the log. Not that that was in any way in danger, because South Africa is trailing far behind them, even though they are in second position. New Zealand very much confirming their position, and the match against Australia next week in the semi-final will definitely be a reality at this stage. The run rate for UAE is slowly but surely trickling just over 10 runs required per over. So comparatively at this stage, looking at the worm, New Zealand has done comparatively better than UAE, having slightly more runs but having more wickets in hand at this stage. They've only lost 2 wickets, and fortunately UAE has had to say goodbye to 5 of their batsmen. And Ben Rapson doing very well today, having taken 2 wickets and only conceding 12 runs with an economy rate of 2.12. And he is having a very successful day out there, and he's not one of New Zealand's best all-rounders for nothing. And he's certainly looking to create another upset here, bowling to the new addition on the field. There's a big appeal from New Zealand, and umpire Peter Tate unmoved. They certainly seemed very convinced that there was something there. So Rehan Khan still very much safe at the crease. He still needs to get off the mark. Oh, another big shot by New Zealand. And the umpire this time gives them what they want. And the new addition to the crease, Rehan Khan, is out for a duck. And UAE is looking like they are in deep trouble. Definitely in no way can they win this match. We're heading towards the tail enders for UAE, and it does not look like there's anything they can do to dig themselves out of this one. With Peter Bayer gone, we've only got Jason Cook remaining at the crease, and looks like the next batsman to the crease might be Tariq Abbas. We're just needing to confirm that. Yeah, it's Basit Faizi will join Jason Cook at the crease. So New Zealand is firmly in the driving seat. They're very happy with the team's performance, and Captain James Marshall would want to continue the streak. And LBW by Ben Rapson, having taken 3 wickets thus far, economy rate of 2, only conceding 12 runs. Big Ben Rapson showing everybody why he's the asset for New Zealand, and he's moving back into his slip position next to wicketkeeper Leighton Parsons. 3rd choice wicketkeeper for New Zealand of the day. Not really his position of speciality, but he stepped in for his team after Hardeep Singh had to retire injured from his innings. What an excellent ball there by Scott Mara. New Zealand like a pack of orcas right now, on the hunt for those extra wickets, wrap this match up and continue unbeaten in this tournament. That'll get a single only for UAE. So Basit Fezi has played 3 matches in this tournament. He's only managed to complete 2 innings and not very good history with a bat. He's only managed to score 1 run throughout this entire tournament. And I think UAE really needs to buckle down. It's going to require a mammoth effort by themselves, because the run rate has now slowly but surely ticked up and it's inching closer and closer to 11 runs required per over. They have 106 balls remaining and 184 runs that they need to score. New Zealand certainly feeling that they've got more than enough time to take the UAE out. The UAE is far away from 200, and New Zealand managing to put quite a competitive score up there for them to chase. And one of the reasons why New Zealand is feeling fairly comfortable out there, cool as cucumbers, and not an inch of stress visible on their faces. And Captain James Marshall still applying pressure to UAE, still edging his team on to do better. He's not one to rest on his laurels. That's a good delivery, very good delivery. Fielders close by for a possible run out, and UAE is not taking that chance. Only 2 runs conceded off this over thus far. Scott Mora. That's a half-watered shot there by Ben Rapson. No one joins in that appeal, and that's the over for Scott Mora. UAE currently have 4 wickets in hand. And the only way they're going to win this match is if there's a few big shots, and right now New Zealand's doing a very good job at some on-field intimidation regards to the potent bowling and keeping the fielding tight around the wickets, not allowing them to have any more additional runs and only conceding singles where possible, keeping it very, very, very tight and making it extremely difficult for the batsman to find that room and that gap for the big shots. So we've got Ben Rapson back on. Ben Rapson's already taken 3 wickets this match. Most successful bowler of the day. Would not be surprised if Ben Rapson makes it up for man of the match. Another dot ball for Ben Rapson. This is UAE's 29th over, and that run rate has now gone just past 11 balls. So based on that alone, it's going to be massive task for UAE for the comeback, and New Zealand is all too aware of that. Ben Rapson looking for another scalp. They'll get 2 runs at the maximum. Paddy Sullivan cleaning up the fielding there. Last delivery for Ben Rapson of this over. Ben Rapson having, after this over, completed 7 overs, and which means he can only bowl 2 more overs for New Zealand for the rest of this match, and they'll go for a second one quite comfortably unless it's declared as a boundary and the umpire confirms that as such, as bringing UAE in their 29th over to 135 for the loss of 6. Just a breakdown there for wickets lost was Sudesh Sabana, Captain Rafi Said, Sanjeev Nair, Vijay Mehra, Peter Bayer, and Rehan Khan. Rehan Khan probably standing a better chance than both batsmen currently at the crease to put a decent total up there. Unfortunately, New Zealand was aware of this and quickly dispatched of him. Captain James Marshall's strategy is certainly working for New Zealand today. And he's hoping to wrap this match up before it hit 200 runs, and It's Ben Rapson in his 8th over, and already coming back from the break. Coming back from the break, New Zealand looking for a big upset. And they got to run for that one, and they will get a boundary. Fielder does not get there on time. Paddy Sullivan will take care of the fielding and clean it up on that side, but unfortunately that's Ben Rapson not having a good outing in this over, but nonetheless he still remains the most economical bowler of the day, having taken 3 wickets thus far and conceding 24 runs. It's good fielding by Simon Murphy. He's not had a good day at the bowling today. Highest economy rate of 8. Conceded 32 runs. No wickets for him. New Zealand making a very good decision about putting Nick Horsley in slip, cutting off that possible scoring gap. Oh, and Simon Murphy has to run for that ball, does not make it, and that's another boundary for UAE. This has been the most expensive over for Ben Rapson. It's 6 runs conceded and 4 byes. Oh, that's a good shot. The fielder can get there on time. He can restrict them with the runs, and he does. Good throw in. That's the end of the over, and the UAE currently still trailing far behind the run rate that they require. They need to be looking at scoring at least 11 runs and over. That is a big ask. There's a few big shots required for every over. Currently at 158 for the loss of 6. They've lost most of their key batsmen. This current partnership is slowly trickling to 32 runs, with Jason Cook having a strike rate of 96.3. After facing 27 deliveries, he's managed to score 26 runs. And Basit Faizi, after 14 deliveries, has scored 12 runs. That's a big shot up in the air. The fielder get underneath it. No, he doesn't. Simon Murphy just missed it. So still get a run in, but he's well placed. It's well placed to stop any possible boundary. He's trying that similar shot, and Scott Morris not having any of that. Wicket keeper Leighton Parsons ready for any action, and Ben Rapson in slip, so don't take any chances, UAE. And that'll be a single. They'll hope for gutsy second. They'll have to hurry for that, and it's a run out. Desperate for the runs, and New Zealand was fast enough in the fielding to ensure that the batsman is in trouble, and UAE loses their 7th wicket. And the batsman dismissed is Basit Faizi, who has just been trying to get a good partnership going with Jason Cook, and unfortunately off the bowling of Scott Morra, he's been run out after attempting to get a second run in the bid to decrease that required run rate. Unfortunately, another wicket down for UAE. And the batsman has joined Jason Cook at the crease is Rashan Khan. Rashan Khan has qualified to play for UAE, even though he is a South African, he and Jason Cook. Eligibility requirements there is that you need to have lived or have residency in the UAE for at least 3 years running in any point in your life, and yeah, he's met that requirement. Scott Morra finally getting a wicket for himself. Well, not a direct wicket for himself, at least a run out off his bowling. So that run out's been done by Paddy Sullivan, and Paddy Sullivan overall has had a very good day. I think it's the best day he's had thus far in his tournament, having taken his first 2 wickets off the tournament, and also adding to that a run out today. And that run out's off the bowling of Scott Morra. Scott Morra having 3 deliveries remaining of this over. Oh, and he's out directly into the hands of Nick Horsley. Perfectly placed to take that catch. And unfortunately, another wicket down for UAE. And it's going to take a miracle to get them out of this hole that they are in. One cannot possibly think what strategy they might deploy in terms of the batting. Current run rate is now well over 11. Only 3 wickets remaining in hand. So Rashan Khan out with a duck, and the batsman replacing him is Tariq Abbas. Tariq is one of the UAE's tail enders, and not too sure how he's going to fare with the bat. He's more known for his bowling. He has only completed 2 batting innings during this tournament and scored a total of 15 runs thus far. That'll be one by. There'll be a second run for them, and they dare not attempt a third. And that's another 2 bars for them, and this partnership has already come to 3. UAE currently completed 32 overs and they've lost 7 wickets. The runs are currently 166. 166 for the loss of 8. And that run rate is inching closer and closer to 12 required per over. They've got 78 balls remaining and 146 runs left to score. And the wickets that have fallen was that of Sudesh Subana, Captain Rafi Sayed, Ranjith Nair, Vijay Mehra, Peter Bayer, Rehan Khan, Basit Faizi and Rashan Khan. At the crease now is Jason Cook and Tariq Abbas. Welcome back, Jim Morrison.
Just come to pack up actually. You've done a great job here today, Vidya. Didn't need me at all.
New Zealand looking very firmly in the driving seat, cool as cucumbers, in no rush, no stress, putting UAE under such pressure. Ben Rapson up for his last over of the match, and he's been New Zealand's most successful bowler of the day at 3 wickets and lowest economy rate of 3.36, and they'll permit an easy single for UAE. No matter to them, that run rate makes it exceedingly difficult for UAE to put up their hopes of winning this match. And New Zealand successfully putting themselves in a position that they will be remaining unbeaten until the semi-final with Australia next week. Big Ben Rapson looking for another wicket. Dot ball, and news from the South African camp is they're well on their way to beating England. I mean, sorry, not England, India. Just have a few more runs to go. And South Africa will firmly remain in second position behind New Zealand and taking on England next week in the semi-final. At the moment, keeping an eye on the South African match, South Africa needs 6 more runs to win, and it's very much doable, concerning that they've only had 28 overs, so they've got plenty of time in which to do it. But our attention back to this match here, New Zealand versus UAE at the Western Province Cricket Club. New Zealand, after opting to toss this morning, after opting to bat this morning after winning the toss, have put up a big score of 310. That's a big hit. Looks like a 6, and the umpire confirms that as such. And maybe a little bit too much too late for UAE. That run rate has just inched past 12 run rates, 12 runs required per over. Bowler Simon Murphy cleaning up the fielding over there. Neat throw into Scott Morra. He's just conferring with Captain James Marshall on the fielding prior to bowling. UAE needs 138 runs off 71 balls. And that's another boundary for UAE. That's a big shout. And nothing from the umpire. Even the New Zealand camp in the dressing room is clapping and shouting, all convinced that they've got something there, but umpire disagrees with him. Umpire Mohoroshi, unmoved by that appeal. It's up in the air, and they'll get one for that. There's a fielder in place, Nick Horsley. Well placed. Excellent bowling by Scott Morrow, keeping it very tight. Just keeping an eye on the match of South Africa versus India. South Africa inching closer and closer to victory. And back here at Western Province Cricket Club, New Zealand out here very much in the driving seat. Very relaxed atmosphere out there. In absolutely no rush. Could have a big total for UAE to chase, considering the conditions today and the type of ground. The wicket not being that easy to bowl or bat on, but easing up throughout the day. And looks like Leighton Parsons might possibly be joining the bowling lineup. He's done the wicket-keeper duties for now. But he's going to do a short spell there for New Zealand. Dot ball. And the news from the South Africa versus India match is that South Africa has won that match, and they firmly remain in position number 2 on the log for Group B, and they will be facing England in the semi-final next week. This looks like a boundary for UAE, and it is. Paddy Sullivan chases it down. He's not successful in catching it in time. However, that boundary does very little for UAE at this stage. Asking rate at the moment still remaining just over 12 runs required per over. And they've got only 64 balls remaining. Well, there's much elation and celebration for South Africa at the Durbanville Cricket Club. I think supporters have just stormed the field to congratulate the team, given the recent footage we've just been shown. So South Africa had certainly got their job cut out facing England next week. And we've got another semi-finalist just waiting here to wrap up the match today, and that semi-finalist is New Zealand. They will be facing Australia next week. Leighton Parsons will be chased down to the boundary. The fielder does not get there in time. And that's another boundary for UAE. Oh, that escapes the stand-in wicketkeeper. Looks like the stand-in wicketkeeper could be one of the bowlers. Looks like Nick Horsley. It's 2 byes for UAE. And Scott Morrow will be back in the attack for New Zealand. So Leighton Parsons. Okay, well it looks like Adam Hastido has moved over to the wicketkeeper responsibilities. I think it's being rotated amongst the New Zealand team. I think everybody's certainly getting some practice in, just in case the main wicketkeeper and the stand-in is not fit for play. And that's another boundary for UAE. So Jason Cook currently at a strike rate of 114. Managed 47 of 41 deliveries. And this is his best innings thus far in the tournament. Before he walked onto the pitch, he only had 7 runs to his name for the entire tournament. Oh, that's a big shot. Ben Rapson quite convinced. Umpire not moved. Fortunately. Sorry, Ben. Tariq Abbas doing a good job of just passing the strike to Jason Cook. Tariq Abbas proved not to be very economic during his bowling stint in the New Zealand innings, and it's quite expensive. At one stage he was averaging a 10. And he finished off the day with an economy rate of 10.50. Unfortunately, no wickets for him after conceding 21 runs in 2 overs only. And just as well, he was limited to those 2 overs. Yes. Scott Morrow having a long thought about that delivery. Certainly going to change his tactics. Oh, good bowling from Scott Morrow. That's the over for him. UAE completed their 36th over and they are currently at 193 for the loss of 8. And that run rate has shot up to just over 13 runs required per over. And a miracle win, quite seemingly impossible for UAE at this stage. It will take a mammoth concerted effort by the current batsman at the crease, and the few boundary shots they could get in a 6 here and there has just not been cutting it. No pun intended. But they've sneakily made it to almost 200 runs during this innings. Comparatively at this stage in the over, looking at New Zealand, UAE is edging just below the run rate of New Zealand. However, New Zealand has more wickets, and the umpire gives that out, and he goes out. The man at the crease leaving is Jason Cook, and he has been the one for the last few hours that's been able to keep the run rate steady and climbing surely but slowly, and he's just missed getting his 50. Unfortunate for UAE, they've now lost 9 wickets. Unlucky for them. And there's only been 5 batsmen that's been able to get double digits during this innings. And they are 1 wicket away from handing the victory to New Zealand. New Zealand being unbeaten in this tournament thus far. And the batsman joining Tariq Abbas at the crease is Bijou Pillay, one of the UAE bowlers. And these are the tail enders that is at the crease. And New Zealand very much looking at them as easy pickings. And they will be intensifying the final hunt for the final wicket of the UAE. So Captain James Marshall wants to wrap this up ASAP. That run rate for UAE is just short of 14 runs required per over. Hardly attainable at this stage, with 52 balls remaining. And we've got Nick Horsley, or is that still Adam, the wicket keeper? So looks like bowler Adam Hastilow has now taken over the wicket-keeping duties until the end of this match. He's the 4th stand-in, or the 3rd stand-in wicket-keeper for New Zealand. After Bo Dencher sitting out this match to attend to an injury and be fit for the semi-final. And the stand-in wicket-keeper for New Zealand would have been Hardeep Singh. Unfortunately, he had to retire injured during the New Zealand innings, having scored a blistering 89 of 52 deliveries. And New Zealand would want him to recuperate in time for the semi-final against Australia. And Australia has been quite lucky to have someone like Leighton Parsons that could step into that role, left void by Hardeep Singh. And later on during UAE innings, we observed that Adam Hastilow has stepped into that role along with Nick Horsley. So both of them being successful at supporting New Zealand in those capacities. And it's good to know that there's 2 extra individuals in the team that's able to fulfill that capacity. So after 37 overs, UAE is 194 for the loss of 9. The innings hanging by a thread. Scott Morrow will be finishing off the attack there for New Zealand. Everybody on the field shouting encouragements to the bowler. Excellent delivery by Mara, and the UAE will be not that cheeky to take that run. They have been run out before. Run rate has shifted up to 15 runs per over. New Zealand very much looking like the relaxed outfit out there. That's a beautiful shot boundary for UAE. Tariq Abbas and his compadre keeping their cool. And BJ Pillay getting that boundary for his team. And Captain James Marshall there, blocking that ball from getting to the boundary. And that'll get UAE 1 run only. Nicely defeated by Abbas. UAE 1 run away from their 200. Oh, the batsman is sleeping there, and they could have gotten too easily, and they've got a rush now. Biju Pillay just half asleep, and Tariq Abbas is already at the same crease as him when he woken up only at that stage. Could have easily been a run out had he not been there on time. Unfortunately, the fielding a little bit slow on the New Zealand side, but still no danger for them, and that brings up the 200 for UAE, and they're currently at 201 for loss of 9. It's up in the air, and they get a fielder underneath it, and that's another boundary for UAE, not going down without a fight. Ben Rapson looking rather bored in his position of slip. Having bowled his allotted overs in this match. Good fielding by the Kiwis. It's a brave fight by the UAEs. That their run rate has trickled well over 17 runs required per over. .37 balls remaining for them. Just a recap on the wickets that have fallen is Sudesh Sobana. That's caught by Ben and off the bowling of Paddy Sullivan. And then we have Rafi Sayed out for 58, Ranjit Nair out for 2, Vijay Mekha of only 3 runs, Peter Bayer 19, Jason Cook, possibly the best score out there, scored 47 off 43, and Rehan Khan unfortunately out for a duck, same with Roshan Khan. And by the looks of it, New Zealand stops at boundary just in time. And we've had a run out earlier today of Basit Fezi, who only managed 12 runs off 16 deliveries. And out on the crease we've got Tariq Abbas and Biju Pillay. Biju Pillay having the best strike rate at the moment of 109. Scott Mara back on the attack for the Kiwis. And that's the over for Scott Mara. Also concludes the UAE's 40th over. Currently at 207 for loss of 9. New Zealand in a very, very relaxed position, in no hurry or rush at all. And that run rate for UAE has now shot up to just over 20 runs required per over, and they've only got 30 balls remaining. And that would be it. That is it for the day. UAE is all out for 207, with Nick Smith getting his final scalp. It was just a wrap up of the day. New Zealand, having won the toss, decided to bat after inspecting the wicket. Proved to be the best decision for them. They managed to put up 310 in the allotted 45 overs. And UAE is out 207. Was the only thing they could answer to, and they are all out for 207. Sorry, 208. And looking in the batting lineup, we had Sudesh Sobana caught by Ben Rapson off the bowling of Paddy Sullivan for 20 runs. after facing 21 deliveries. And captain Rafi Sayed caught by Leighton Parsons, wicketkeeper Leighton Parsons, off the bowling of Ben Rapson after facing 70 deliveries and scoring 58 runs. Ranjit Nair also caught by Leighton Parsons, bowled by Paddy Sullivan. Only managed to score 2 runs off 11 deliveries. And Vijay Mehra caught by Leighton Parsons, bowled by Adam Hastillo. Only managed 3 runs off 3 deliveries. And Peter Bayer caught by Adam Hastillo, bowled by Ben Rapson, 19 runs off 37 deliveries. Jason Cook, LBW by Leighton Parsons. And 47 of 43 deliveries, best outing of the day. And Rihan Khan, unfortunately, LBW by Ben Rapson for a duck. Basit Faizi, run out by Paddy Sullivan for 12. Rashan Khan caught by Nick Smith, off the bowling of Scott Mara, out for a duck. Tariq Abbas managed to score 5. And then his batting partner Bijou Pillay caught by Adam Hastillo, off the bowling of Nick Smith, 12 runs off 12 deliveries. And that brings the UAE innings to a wrap. Looking over at the New Zealand bowling, we have 3 wickets for Ben Rapson, the most economic bowler of the day, only managing to concede 29 runs at an economy rate of 3.22. And the after, we've got Paddy Sullivan, who has scored. He managed to get 2 wickets this match, which is also his only wickets thus far for this tournament, and he has an economy rate of 4.29 after conceding 30 runs. The most expensive bowler of the day was Simon Murphy at 8, economy rate of 8, and no wickets for him, and conceding 32 runs after 4 overs. And Ben Rapson bowling the maximum amount of overs today, which is 9, and the only bowler to have done so, and he's done very well. He's done very well with the bat as well for New Zealand. Scored 18 deliveries off, 18 runs off 12 deliveries at a strike rate of 150. He's also responsible for an LBW. So all in all, a good day for Ben Rapson. And Leighton Parsons, an economy rate of 4.50, managed to collect 1 wicket within 2 overs and only conceding 9 runs. And Scott Mara, 1 wicket for the economy rate of 5.75, only conceding 46 runs. So congratulations to New Zealand, our semi-finalists, who will be facing their neighbours Australia next week. And the other semi-finalists would be South Africa facing England, and those are the 2 top matches we're looking forward to for next week. And in addition to the elimination rounds between the remaining 8 teams, certainly a lot more cricket to come. And the leading bowler thus far in the tournament is Nisanka Hirath at 13 wickets for Sri Lanka. And still the leading batsman for the tournament remains Hardeep Singh. Certainly a very exciting player to watch. He also is the highest ranking player in this tournament. Certainly very exciting to watch him. And looking forward to see more of what he can deliver, and hopefully recuperates well from his injuries sustained earlier today. He's got a few days to recuperate, and very much looking forward to excellent cricket. And thank you so much to our sponsors of this event, which includes Devil's Peak Beer and Vita 24 Vitamin Boost. It's to Beerwich sponsors of this event. Also special thanks to Pitch Vision Technology for providing the visuals. And if any of you are still listening out there, there's still some cricket happening out there. You can catch it on youtube.com. Just search for the Over-40s Cricket World Cup and you'll see a few matches. You can also review the past matches if that is what you want to do. And right now we will be wrapping up and joining the match presentation and prize giving. And thank you so much for joining us.
Then, once again, I've had the pleasure of playing cricket with Tom Standing. Not so much Peter, but I know he's a good guy. Just a big round of applause for our umpires, Peter and Tom. Thank you. Then, to our scorers. Nothing would happen without our scorers. So, to Miriam and Nicola, another big round of applause. Thank you very much. Then the guy who worked the hardest the whole day for the New Zealand team, the medic, Ayanda. Thank you, Ayanda. He's gone, I think. And then, before I hand over to, who's going to do it? Peter? Peter's going to do I just want you to just put your hands together again. I know they were unsung heroes. To your TLOs, Suhail and Pat, you do a magnificent job. Thank you. Another TLO, please. We stop here. Your TLO became the scorer. He mastered the scoreboard. And then one of our sponsors. I've already thanked them in the morning ceremony. But Pitch Vision, Devil's Peak, Barks 24, and Sisonke. But specifically for Pitch Vision, they're in the sun the whole day. And thank you to them. Then, Peter, before I give it to you. We've got. When I was a youngster, there was a legend of a spinner, and it was a long time ago, and he didn't get the pleasure of playing too many tests, or if any at all. But here we have Mr. Dennis Hobson, one of the best test players or cricketers I ever saw as a youngster. Thanks, Dennis. What a man! He used to all elbows like that. He used to run up. Am I right, Dennis? Yeah. Okay, here's Peter. Thank you, everyone. I'll just hand it over to Peter for the man of the match. Thanks, Peter.
Thanks, Graham. We do the narrow runners-up first. So the man of the match for the narrow runners-up, 50, 60. How many did you score, Rafi? 58. 58. He knows how many he scores. Congratulations, player of the match for UAE.
So I owe you a tumbler of beer. A barrel. I'm going to give it to you. It's locked in the store. Sorry. Thank you. Thanks. Take a picture. Come on. Cheers. Take a picture. Come on. Yeah. Come. Let's go. Come across in the middle so they've got some spots in the background. Thank you. I'll do one like this. Thank you.
Well done, Rafi. For the players, the team that won. The other day when you were against Wales, I did an honourable mention. I'll do another honourable mention. So, where's Jimmy? So Jimmy came up to me at half time and said, Leighton's going to get the glove. I haven't got a lot of confidence in Leighton. So can you give me another half hour for lunch so I can find some playing regs that I don't have to have Leighton as the gloveman? I said, no, we're going out there and he'll do a damn good job. Well, guess what? First chance he got to dive to the leg side one-handed, he took an absolute screamer. Then he took 3 catches, can bat, can bowl, can keep. He's got everything, but he's not the player of the match. The player of the match is somebody who actually stayed on the field today just so he would get it. Century maker Glenn. Well done, Glenn.
Glenn, sorry. Glenn. Glenn Johnson.
Yeah, you get the cat later. Yep.
Yeah,
Just settle, pedal. Which brings us to our spirit of the game, and it was played in good spirit as it always has all through the tournament, so congratulations to both teams. Again, an honourable mention. Somebody one of the New Zealand batters dropped their bat, so Roshi jumped in and made sure that he got the bat back. On the outfield, there was one that he stopped one-handed. He got a standing ovation from everybody here in the crowd, all 700 people. So, honourable mention to Roshi. But the actual Spirit Award goes to a couple of people. Again, we saw some injuries and somebody, I forget who it was, hobbled off. But he was cradled by two of the UAE guys. So those two UAE guys who helped cradle off one of the New Zealand batters, you come up and get one off each.
There we go.
Outstanding job, everybody. Enjoy the rest of the tournament.
Thanks, everyone. Enjoy the beer. If they run out, let me know. I'll rustle up some more. But not for the Kiwis, because you drink too much. Thanks, guys. Enjoy it.